You ready?
We
Okay.
are.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'd like to call this meeting to order. I want to welcome everyone to our final board meeting for the year of 2022. My name is Malia Cohen. I've been chair of this body, and it's been an honor to serve the state of California. To my left has been the vice chair, Mr. Mike Schaefer, and Ms. Cicchetti. Good morning. Could you please call the roll?
Good morning. Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines, absent, Member Vasquez,
Present.
and Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Present.
Fantastic. We have a quorum. We will continue. Ladies and gentlemen, if you are able, please rise and place your right hand over your heart and repeat after me. We're going to say the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, folks, we are going to take a couple items out of order today, and we are going to begin with item J. Ms. Cicchetti, please call item J.
Before we start, we have our normal information announcement that needs to be done.
Please.
Good morning, Madam Chair and members. The board meeting information announcement is as follows. First, we'd like to remind the audience to silence your cell phones and any other wireless devices. The current COVID-19 guidelines for the Board of Equalization strongly encourage, but no longer mandatory, that all BOE employees must wear a mask while inside any BOE facility or while attending any BOE event. If needed, supplies of masks and hand sanitizer are available to all and can be found at the back of the auditorium. Public comment is taken on each agenda item. The public will be invited to comment during the matters before the board. If there are any members of the public wishing to speak before the board on an agenda item in person, we ask that you complete and submit to the Sergeant of Arms a public comment appearance sheet located at the entrance of the auditorium. If you wish to speak before the board by telephone, please dial the phone number and access code provided on our public agenda notice and follow the instructions from the AT&T moderator. If you intend to make a public comment today using the AT&T moderator, we recommend dialing into the meeting on the teleconference line prior to the beginning of the agenda item you wish to make a comment. We recommend that this, as the audio broadcast on our website, experiences a 1 to 3 minute delay between the live stream and the live event. When giving a public comment, please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. The order that the board identifies public comments at the conclusion of an agenda item is as follows. The clerk will first identify any public comment requests that have been received by our board proceeding staff in the auditorium. Then we will identify any public comments on the AT&T moderator. And lastly, we will read into the record any public comments received in writing in advance of today's meeting. This concludes the informational announcement. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cicchetti. We appreciate those reminders. Would you please call the first agenda item?
First item for today is J, Administrative Session, Administrative Consent Agenda. Consent items are approved with one motion unless a board member asks for discussion or a separate action on any listed item. Therefore, we will be taking these 4 consent items up with one vote. J1, adoption of board meeting minutes for November 17th, 18th, 2022. The minutes of the meeting were attached to the public agenda notice for your consideration. J2, approval of Assessor's Handbook, Section 531 for 2023. Request approval for publication of the 2023 version of the Assessor's Handbook, Section 531, residential building costs. J3, approval of Assessor's Handbook, Section 534 for 2023. Request approval for publication of the 2023 version of the Assessor's Handbook, Section 534, rural building costs. J4, approval of Assessors Handbook, Section 581 for 2023. Request approval for publication of the 2023 revision of the Assessors Handbook, Section 581, equipment and fixture indexes, percent good and valuation factors.
All right. Thank you very much. Colleagues, first, are there any opening remarks on any of these items? Any discussion? Do you have anything to say?
It's my birthday.
No, not now. Okay, let's,
You want me to move the item?
yeah, let's take a motion.
I move that we adopt the minutes as submitted for today's November board meeting and adopt the staff's recommendation regarding the approval of Assessor's Handbook, Section 531, 534, and 581.
All right,
Second that motion.
Thank you. A motion has been made by Mr. Vasquez, second by Mr. Eppolite. Let's take public comment, please.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Ladies and gentlemen on the phones, to make public comment, please press 1, then 0. An operator will gather your name and place you in queue. When you hear your name called, you may proceed with your comment. Once again, press 1, 0 to comment, please. Madam Chair, we have no respondents by phone.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mr. Kitty, could you please call the roll for the vote?
All righty. The motion is to approve all consent items by Mr. Vasquez and second by Deputy Controller Eppolite. Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines, Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Deputy Controller Eppolite.
Aye.
Great, thank you. The item passes unanimously. Ms. Cicchetti, could you please call the next item?
The next item on the agenda is K, Other Administrative Matters, K1A, Executive Director's Report, Organizational Update, Report on the status of pending and upcoming organizational priorities. This matter will be presented by Ms. Stowers.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. I'm Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. As we approach the end of the year, the end of your first term, it is fitting to look back and acknowledge that this board was instrumental in providing the invaluable leadership that led to the many successes we have had and achieved in the past 4 years. With the board assistance, I am confident that more taxpayers and stakeholders are aware of what and who we are and the critical role that the BOE plays on the behalf of the state and local governments. Also, I want to take the opportunity to thank the board for their support on the agencies in their work on the agency's 2020-2025 strategic plan. We have made great strides in the implementation on our strategic plan, having rebuilt the agency's administrative infrastructure and modernizing many of our processes. We will continue to modernize, rebuild, and revitalize our agency so that we will remain highly valued and effective state agency serving all of California. As you are aware, later on in the agenda, the board would also have an overview of the board's accomplishments over the past 4 years. Even though the year is not over, I'd like to highlight a few of the agency's accomplishments for this past year under your leadership. To date, the County Assessed Property Division has issued 55 letters to assessors, published 11 assessment survey samplings. Additionally, in 2022, we increased the number of our courses to 33, which is 10 more than last year. The State Assessed Property Division has produced and adopted the 2022 Board Roll of State Assessed Properties with a total assessed value of over $136 billion and transmitted the values to the 58 county auditors, representing approximately $2.16 billion in property tax revenue for schools and local governments. and they have produced, adopted, and billed the 2022 private railroad car tax for a total amount of $9.7 million that will go to the state's general fund. The Legislative Research and Statistics Division has tracked 57 Assembly and Senate bills in 2022 and issued 42 bill analysis. The Communication Department has led the effort in creating several new translated publications that contain general and static information, including Prop 19 fact sheet in Spanish and in Chinese, as well as several taxpayers' rights informational sheets. Additionally, we are projected to have 70 social media posts on all of our channels by the end of this year. And finally, the Board Proceedings and Support Service Division has planned and implemented 9 in-person hybrid meetings in 2022 and 3 remote meetings using Microsoft Teams. They have facilitated 47 job recruitment announcements to the agency's employees and external partners, prepared, facilitated, and submitted 42 hiring packages, and completed the onboarding of 22 employees new to the state. That was just a taste of the business that we have accomplished this year. Members, I am continuing to be thankful and appreciative of your leadership and support to move this agency forward. Once the year is concluded, at the January 23 meeting, I will go into further detail on the agency's accomplishments. I believe this will be a positive way to set the tone for the new year, as well as orientate our incoming board member of all the good work that the agency has done. Next, members, I would like to once again extend my appreciation and thanks to the outgoing California Assessor Association President, the Honorable Leslie Morgan, for her partnership in 2022, as many of our accomplishments were achieved through great collaboration with CAA. Moving into the new year, I'm looking forward to working with the Honorable Christine Lee, the incoming CAA President of 2023. Finally, members, I'd like to wish you and the agency staff a very happy and healthy holiday season. If there are no questions, I am prepared to ask Ms. Renati to come up, but I'm open for questions as well.
Are you open for comments?
I am.
Thank you for the report. It's actually important for us to take a moment to step back and just reflect on our accomplishments. Oftentimes we lament the growing pains and we ignore what we have actually accomplished and how we're moving forward. And I would like to just extend a compliment to you and to the growing team. Many folks are new on the team and have gelled and are fully executing, I think, the vision that we had set out years ago, increasing, filling vacancies, our forward-facing website, being mindful of the content that we're uploading and putting forward and up in social media, the increasing the course load. I mean, these are things that we have heard through a lot of our feedback and intake process over the last several years, and I kind of feel like we are finally getting our footing and moving in the right direction. It feels good. So for us to just sit back at the end of the year and just reflect, I'm grateful for that report and proud of the work that Ms. Fleming started and that you, Ms. Stowers, are in the process of actually completing and also in many ways continuing other agenda items. So my compliments to the staff, those that are transitioning and retiring and those that are new that are coming on board. It's just a very interesting time for the Board of Equalization. So I don't have any other questions or comments, colleagues. Mr. Vasquez?
Yes, I would just ditto the chair's comments, and I would just ask, traditionally I know we schedule a summary at the beginning of each year with the state's physical outlook. As you know, I guess the LAO, is the one that publishes that the physical outlook report to prepare us for the upcoming state budget process. And in their analysis, they make assumptions about the future of the state economy, the revenues, the expenditures, which is helpful for us as our assessors and others as we begin the new year. And I was wondering if it was possible maybe to get a summary of it at our January meeting coming up.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone on this?
Before we go forward, do we want to take a motion on that?
Let's finish comments, and then
Okay.
we'll get that motion going, and we'll take public comment. Mr. Gaines, good
Yeah.
morning.
Yeah, great. Good morning to all. I hope you have, I know you've all worked hard and you've had a victory, Malia. Congratulations on that and moving forward. And to each of the members who are elected to their position, re-elected. But I just want to, if I could just add on in terms of the great progress, I think Chair Cohen put it very concisely in terms of the progress that's being made at the Board of Equalization. And it is very encouraging, and it's taken several years to get to where we are, but it is all positive movement. And when we take a look even at Prop 19 and having to integrate Prop 19 into a staff that was limited, right as we were trying to also ramp up that staff and fill the vacancies, along with all the other accomplishments that have already been mentioned. But Prop 19 added additional pressure, and so it's nice to see that this board and the team, the staff, have done such a great job in terms of executing. And here we are now entering into a rougher sea in terms of the financial impacts with a potential $25 billion deficit that the administration and the legislature will be working on. But as far as the Board of Equalization is concerned, very encouraged that we've lived in our budget and feel like we are operating efficiently, and by just filling those vacancies, making great progress. So thank you, Yvette, for all that you've done and the entire team.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, let's go ahead and take a motion.
Before you restate the motion, Member Vasquez,
Yeah.
I understand what you're asking for is an analysis of the LAO report, but the Governor's January budget might be out by the time we have our meeting.
You're right. I think it's supposed to be out January 10th.
Thank you. So with your permission, I think it'd be more important to provide you an overview of the January 10th budget as opposed to the LAO.
You're absolutely right.
That works for me.
Could I just interject? It would be nice to get a copy of that for each of the board members if we haven't already
Before?
received one. Because it's what the LAO has to say is just very insightful, and they can talk about trend lines and things like that and issues in the future.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Okay. So if I may combine the two, your motion is to provide a copy of the LAA report that we can get to the members via email by the close of business today, and then be prepared to report out on the governor's budget at our January 23rd meeting.
That works for me.
I had a comment.
Please.
I think the strong election of all of us is something we can be proud of, and I think part of Malia's great success is that the public really appreciated her work as our chair. I just want to thank our staff who's come aboard and made us all look good. I'm talking about Lisa and Peter and Dustin, who I think Dustin and Peter just joined us this year, and I think we're much more effective, and with the leadership of our new director, we're at an all-time high, and we should enjoy that. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this point, I just want to acknowledge that usually we have the Department of Finance come and present to us to talk about the financial snapshot for the state of California. So what we could do is we could just take up the item back in January or in the springtime, certainly, when there's just more substance to discuss for the financial snapshot of this for the state of California. So the LAO is certainly welcomed, and the presentation is welcomed, but we will have a formal presentation from the Department of Finance to come in, if not January, possibly February. All right?
That's fine. That's
Okay, thank you. All right, so motion, is a motion made? I can't recall.
Well, it was modified, but I accepted the amendments.
Okay, so a
If you
motion,
captured it, I don't know if you were able to get that, but
Ms. Cicchetti, could you read the motion, and then we'll take a vote on it?
Motion that I have is, let's make sure I get it correct. The motion to provide a copy of the LAO report that we can get the members by email by the close of business, and to prepare a report to on the governor's budget at our January 23rd meeting,
Okay, great.
2023.
I'll second that motion.
So-
And the motion was made by Mr. Vasquez. I'll second that motion. And let's take public comment.
AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Once again, if you have not already done so, press 1 then 0 to queue up for comment. We do have one in queue. We're going to Janine Kilroy. Please go ahead. Your line's open.
You know, and I apologize. I actually want to comment later in the agenda. I joined late, so I will punch in the request at that time. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Seeing that there's no other public comment, let's call
Aye.
the roll.
Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye.
Member Gaines,
Aye?
Member Vasquez,
aye?
Deputy Controller Epelike.
Aye.
The motion passes.
Unanimously, great, thank you very much.
Next item on the agenda is other administrative matters, Executive Director's Report, K1B, Operational Priorities. A report on the status of the operational priorities presented by Ms. Renati.
Good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members. My name is Lisa Renati. I'm the Chief Deputy Director. Today, I'll report on some of the agency's operational priorities and projects. The first item is our workforce capacity. We continue to actively fill our vacancies using strategic recruitment approaches and leveraging the services of our service provider. Since last month, we have hired one new employee in our property tax department, and that person is new to state service. We have had multiple vacancies in active recruitment and hope to share news of additional hires in the coming months. The next item is in regard to the agency's strategic goal regarding workforce development. We continue to implement our workforce development and succession plan, which includes providing staff with practical hands-on experience and mentorship to assist with the knowledge transfer, and ensuring our new staff and managers have the tools needed to perform and grow in their roles successfully. Members, this concludes my report on the agency's day-to-day operational priorities. If you have any questions, I would be happy to answer them.
I have no questions. Anyone? Nope. On this side, no. Mr. Vasquez?
Just a quick thank you, because I know you, especially for you and your staff, when we started this whole Prop 19, the implementation, that was a heavy lift. So I just wanted to recognize your staff and thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Okay.
The next item on the agenda is Administrative Matters, Executive Director's Report, K1C, Proposition 19 Implementation Project. Report on the status of the agency's Proposition 19 Implementation Project, presented by Ms. Renati.
Hello again, I'm Lisa Renati, Chief Deputy Director, and I will provide an update on our Prop 19 implementation project. 2 years ago, our staff embarked on a detailed Prop 19 implementation plan to implement the changes in the law as a result of Prop 19. A high-level implementation plan is attached to today's agenda, highlighting 7 separate work categories, activities, and significant phases through the end of 2022. I'm happy to report that the status of BOE's implementation of Prop 19 is green, meaning no issues to report. As of yesterday, December 12th, our Prop 19 webpage has received 418,085 unique external page views since we launched this page in November 2020. This includes an additional 10,592 unique external page views since our last board meeting. This concludes my presentation on this topic. I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you for your presentation. Mr. Vasquez?
Just a quick thank you again on the language. I understand now that we're up and running in Spanish and in Chinese, and I was wondering if we were going to be able to include any other language.
I don't want to steal Ms. Thompson's thunder, so I'll let her talk about
I'll
that.
wait.
Yes.
Thank you.
Great. Mr. Gaines, Mr. Schaefer? None?
No comments, thank you.
Thank you, no
Thank you.
comment.
Yep.
I'm going to go out to the AT&T moderator to see if we have anyone on the, AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
And once again, for comment, please press 10 at this time. An operator will gather your name and place you in queue. When you hear your name called, you may proceed with your comment. Please press 10 for comment. And we go back now to Janine Kilroy. Please go ahead.
Hi, thank you for the opportunity to comment. I had visited in person at the last meeting, which was a few months back. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to make it up from the peninsula today to be in person. But my comment is around Proposition 19. Just want to bring up a couple of points and ask that the board consider a campaign to educate people. I continue to see people speaking about Proposition 19 on Nextdoor, for example. There is a ton of confusion and misunderstanding where people think, oh, my family property is in a trust. There'll be no impact. And I think there are a lot of people that will be harmed. Another comment that came up was an example of a lady's husband who passed away. They have a rental property. It's in an LLC. Those people, those multiple families in that property will be displaced. The property tax increase will not cash flow. So I think there is a lot of pain. I actually went into my local office, spoke with somebody at the reception desk, and was startled that this person, granted they're not an assessor, had no clue about this part of Proposition 19. So my point is I think there's still a lot of uneducated people that have no idea this massive change, and it will really negatively impact all of the rental properties owned by mom and pops. And I think it would be wonderful if people at least were armed with current knowledge, because when someone passes away, this is an incredibly difficult kind of surprise blow, if you will. And that is it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, caller. We appreciate that feedback, and we'll take action on it. Are there any other public speakers?
Madam Chair, we have no other respondents in queue.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Could I just add a comment,
I'm sorry, who has the comment?
if I could?
Yes, please, Mr.
Yeah,
Giddings.
thank you. I appreciate what our constituents said in terms of further outreach with regards to Prop 19. And I thought that was a good idea in terms of taking a look at Nextdoor or other mechanisms for outreach for folks, just so that we can broaden the message to more of our constituents. So I think we're following up on that.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? Okay, good, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there action on this item?
No, there isn't unless you guys want to, there's any sort of motion based on the caller.
I don't think there's a need to take a motion on this item. Want to acknowledge the controller. She's joined us. At this moment, let's depart on this section of the agenda and go back to the top of the agenda
Perfect.
so we can dispense of the items.
Okay.
Okay.
All righty. We'll begin with the top of the agenda.
Yes,
Our
please.
first order of business that was supposed to be today was our oral hearings. Item B.
Yes.
Property tax hearings. Contribution disclosure forms are required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. Board Proceedings has received contribution disclosure forms for this morning's hearing from all the parties, agents, and participants. No disqualifying contributions were disclosed. All parties, agents, and participants were listed on the memorandum provided to your office. As this case is an adjudicatory matter, the board hearing of this case is subject to the prohibition on ex parte communications, with any violations of the prohibition being disclosed for the record. This is a constitutional function. The oral hearing procedures are as follows. The oral hearing will be announced in the order presented on the agenda. When I call your case to be heard, please be ready to unmute and turn on your camera as requested. The appeals attorney assigned to the case will introduce your case, stating the issues for the board's consideration within the oral hearing and noting any agreement of the parties. After the appeals attorney has completed the introduction, the parties will then be asked to introduce themselves and their affiliation with the taxpayer or the State Assessed Property Division for the record. For this morning's board meeting, there is only one case. The matter is B1, Property Tax Appeals Hearing, Petition for Reassessment of Unitary Value, Southern California Edison Company, 0148, SAU 22-006. This is a hearing conducted under Section 40 of the Revenue and Taxation Code. If any witnesses are called, I will place them under oath. After hearing the arguments of the agency and the representatives and considering the evidence, the board may vote to adopt the staff recommendation, reject the staff recommendation, or make their own determination to resolve the issues under consideration at the hearing. The petitioner and the respondent, the department, will each have 60 minutes to make their initial presentation. Then the petitioner will have 15 minutes on rebuttal, followed by any questions from the members. This matter will be introduced by the appeals attorney, Ms. Yim, who will provide a brief introduction of the case. Ms. Yim?
Yes, good morning, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. I'm Sonia Yim, the appeals attorney for the State Board of Equalization. In the case before you, the petitioner is Southern California Edison Company, a public utility operating in Southern, Coastal, and Central California. The 2022 board-adopted unitary value, as well as SAPD and the appeals attorney's recommendation of value, is $34,274,700,000. Petitioner is requesting a unitary value of $26,996,100,000 for purposes of this petition. Accordingly, this appeal is subject to Revenue and Taxation Code Section 40, as the amount in controversy exceeds $500,000 in tax. Thus, after the board's decision on this petition today, the appeals attorney will prepare a decision to memorialize the board's action in early 2023. The petitioner has raised 5 primary issues with its 2022 board-adopted unitary value, which was based on the January 1st, 2022 lien date. As such, the parties will present the following 5 primary issues within this petition. First, whether petitioner has shown that respondent has failed to reconcile the historical cost less depreciation, or HCLD, value indicator, and the capitalized earning ability, or CEA, indicator of value. Second, whether the petitioner has shown that respondent erred in placing 75% reliance on the HCLD value indicator and the 25% reliance on the CEA indicator of value. Third, whether petitioner has shown that respondent must adjust the board-adopted value for petitioner's liabilities for the 2017 and 2018 wildfires and mudslides. Fourth, whether petitioner has shown that respondent improperly assessed $1.6 billion of wildfire mitigation capital expenditures. And fifth, whether petitioner has shown that respondent erred in its treatment of wildfire insurance fund related contributions. Petitioner has the burden of proof to show that the 2022 board adopted assessment is incorrect or illegal. The parties are present and they're ready to present their cases before the board. This concludes the appeals attorney's opening remarks. I'll turn it over to Chair Cohen to proceed to hear this petition.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, just checking in to see if there's any questions or comments? No? All right. Let's continue.
The petitioner and the respondent, welcome to the Board of Equalization. Petitioner, please unmute your microphones, introduce yourselves, and state your affiliation with the taxpayer for the record.
Good morning. My name is Marty DeKessian, and my firm DeKessian Law represents Southern California Edison.
Good morning, Mr. DeKessian.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board. My name is Charles Mall. I'm with the law firm of McDermott, Will and Emery, and I also represent the taxpayer.
Thank you. Good morning to you both. All right, you may begin.
Thank you. So, Madam Chair and members of the board, good morning to you all. Happy holidays to you all. I wanted to also acknowledge that with me today, in addition to my co-counsel, Mr. Mall, are Andrea Wood, VP of Tax with Edison International, Carl Matthews, Principal Manager with Southern California Edison, and Mr. David Lee, Tax Manager with Southern California Edison. So this is the third year in a row that we appear before you regarding SAPD's excessive valuation of Edison's assets and the board's adoption of the same. Our issues all relate, as you know, to the ongoing wildfire crisis and its impact on the value of my client's property. You've heard our arguments before, and what we present today will be similar to what we've presented in past years. And I know you're also aware of the pending litigation in Orange County Superior Court covering the same issues. So what I'm trying to say is I'll be as succinct as I can with my comments, understanding full well that the board is familiar with these issues. So Ms. Yim's introduction was just fine, although we presented the issues in a little bit of a different package when we were asked to provide the board hearing statement. So we're not going to exactly follow the issues the way that Ms. Yim outlined, but we'll cover all of those issues. The first issue here, members of the board, is the approach to value. What's the proper approach to value? And the income approach is the preferred approach here, not historical cost or net book value, which is the approach the staff is using. Now, why do we say that? We say that because the board's own regulation says that income is the preferred approach. Property Tax Rule 8 says that the income approach is the preferred approach for the appraisal of improved real properties when reliable sales data are not available and the cost approaches are unreliable because the reproducible property has suffered considerable physical depreciation, functional obsolescence or economic obsolescence, is a substantial over or under improvement, or is subject to legal restrictions on income that are unrelated to cost. What staff did here is weight historical costs 75% and the income approach 25%. That's improper. Why? Because we meet several of the requirements for using the income approach under Rule 8 as the preferred approach. That's because we have considerable physical depreciation here, which Rule 8 identifies. We have largely older assets. Yes, we have many newer assets, but we have largely older assets. We are suffering from economic obsolescence, which is also referred to in some appraisal manuals as external obsolescence. We have it here with the wildfire-related expenses, our adverse insurance situation, inverse condemnation and strict liability, the operational uncertainty under Assembly Bill 1054, and the overall economic environment for investor-owned utilities. And we also have legal restrictions on income unrelated to cost, which is another criteria under Rule 8. We have it here. The entire regulatory framework limits my client's ability to earn a return on these assets. So what are the problems with using the HCLD approach? The appraisal handbook of an organization called WSATA, which is the Western States Association of Tax Administrators, which the SAPD cited in its February and March presentations to you as something that they follow. The WSATA manual says the following regarding the historical cost approach. Quote, the most important point to bear in mind is that regulatory agencies, like CPUC, are in the business of setting rates based on a complex set of economic, legal, and human factors. The agencies do not determine or even estimate any value any more than tax assessment agencies set rates. CPUC does what they do for regulatory purposes. This board's charge is to assess this property at full cash value. We know that the CPUC decisions on a risk premium, on prudency, on allowed expenses, and ability to earn are made on a variety of factors that don't relate to fair market value, which is this board's charge. The CPUC is balancing the interests of shareholders, the ratepayers, and other concerns relating to their constituents. This is not a reflection of fair market value. Yet staff says it relied on CPUC decisions as, quote, the best sources to quantify adjustments. This is in the February 23rd meeting. So not just as background, but they use the CPUC decisions, which are not indicia of fair market value, as the best sources to quantify their adjustments. That's improper. and they defer to the regulators entirely. That's improper. This board does not defer to anybody when it comes to setting fair market value of the property. And the other thing to keep in mind is historical cost only represents the opportunity to earn a return in the future. There's no guarantee that just because a capital expenditure has been made that my client's going to have the opportunity to earn that future return. That's up to the CPUC through the rate-making process and through the rate case process that takes place once every 3 years. So the market, any willing buyer, would have to account for both risk and delay in payment if you're a prospective purchaser of these assets. So another point that I made last year, but I think deserves underscoring, is that SAPD and appeals, they both gloss over this, but the approach that they've been using with this 75-25 weighting has been the same approach since 2006. 2006, to put it in perspective, the iPhone did not exist in 2006. Okay, so yet we're using the same weighting despite the variety of economic, technological, and climate changes that have taken place since then, the wildfire crisis hitting a fever pitch in the past few years. We're still using a 2006 formula. Why? There's no justification for it. There's no basis for it. Things have changed a lot since 2006. I think we can all agree. So staff's unwillingness to change the weighting, and this idea that, oh, well, we're being consistent, that's not really, I mean, in some situations that's praiseworthy, not in this situation. A lot of time has passed. We've shown year after year the changes that have taken place, the burden that my client has been operating under, and that these assets, the impairment that these assets have faced, and yet no change to the weighting that's been in place since 2006. That's wrong. The bottom line, why the income approach? It's quite simple. The market cares about income. No prudent buyer would ever pay more for an income-producing property than the income it generates. That is what drives the market value for these assets. The market does not care about net book value, which is what historical cost is, unless it is reflective of the earning power of the property. That's why net book value has been used, because generally it's reflective of the earning power of the property. In this case, it's not. The market cares about how much income these assets can generate. So staff's overwhelming reliance on net book value shows that its valuation is untethered from reality. The second point, major point I wanted to make, has to do with the reconciliation of the value indicators. The weighting wouldn't be as much of an issue for us if the value indicators were close to each other. They're totally out of alignment. They're $8.5 billion apart. Well-established appraisal methodology requires that SAPD's valuation have reconciled these substantial differences. We didn't do it. Have we met our burden of proof? Absolutely. If they're $8.5 billion apart, and we have no cogent reason why that is. We can talk about regulatory lag, but that's just a catchphrase they've used. They haven't really quantified anything. There's no explanation for an $8.5 billion value chasm. And so when you have that kind of a difference and you compound that by weighting the higher value 75%, you can see how everything is totally out of whack. Now, it's not an issue that appraisal work, I'm not saying that appraisal work needs to be an exact science. We all know that it's not. We all know that there's a lot of judgment that goes into appraisal, that the value is not one value but a range of values, and significant differences may occur. The handbooks do say that, but these are more than significant differences. The value indicators need to at least be in the same ballpark. They have to at least be relatively close to one another. Because if they're not, then that raises red flags about the validity of the approach that the appraiser took. They're all supposed to end up roughly the same. Not exactly the same, but roughly the same. So any independent appraiser will tell you that. So the $8.5 billion is not just, we can't just chalk it up to, oh, well, there could be differences and value indicators may vary. That's not a fair characterization of what's happening here. One approach here is 30% higher than the other. The cost approach is 30% higher than the income approach. Your own regulation, Property Tax Rule 2, for purposes of the purchase price presumption, which I would admit, but defines a significant deviation as 5%. We're at 30% here. Where's the reconciliation? Where's the explanation? Reconciliation means explaining. Reconciliation means comparing. Reconciliation means analyzing and understanding and justifying the differences between the two approaches. That's what the Assessor's Handbook calls for. That hasn't happened here. So why is there the difference? We maintain that it's obsolescence. Why do we say that? We say that it's external obsolescence. We didn't just come up with that. That came from your board's own handbook. Assessor's Handbook suggests that a capitalized earning ability indicator, which is much lower than HCLD, may indicate that obsolescence exists in the property to such an extent that the owner may not earn the rate of return allowed by the regulatory agency. This is the same page of the Assessor's Handbook that staff cited in its February 23rd presentation to the board. Why don't they quote the board the whole thing? Again, differences may vary, this is true, but variances of this magnitude, we are likely dealing with obsolescence here, but staff has completely dismissed that as a possibility, even though your own handbook says that this is likely what's going on. Without the reconciliation, the valuation is arbitrary. We have offered SAPD several solutions to correct this. They can either make the specific adjustments that we requested, they can make a single obsolescence adjustment, they can use the income approach entirely, or at the very least change the weighting to arrive at a reasonable valuation. They've refused to implement any of these solutions, and your board has ratified this for 2 years in a row now. Okay, so now let's move to the capital expenditures. In the utility context, HCLD is driven by the CPUC's rate base because that's what measures the earning power of the utility. It's not just for any random reason, but that's what the market is trying to understand and capture and what the market pays attention to. So rate base is what is used to compute the allowable return for investor-owned utilities. Southern California Edison does not get to earn a return on these wildfire mitigation capital expenditures. It does not earn a return on these expenditures. That is undisputed. And as for return of, do you remember this distinction last year? Staff was saying, well, we took it out for return on. We didn't take it out for return of because they're still, the assets still belong to them. That's not the standard for how return of is measured in a regulatory context. The term return of in a regulatory context is a term of art that references depreciation. So if you're allowed to depreciate the assets, you're considered to have a return of those assets. We don't get to depreciate these assets. They're not ours. So there's no return of the property. There's no return on the property. All this needs to be taken out of rate base. Again, this does not reflect the earning power of these assets because they can't earn on them. They're precluded legally from earning on them. So in any event, we can move on. The capital expenditures need to come out fully from the HCLD value indicator. Okay. Obsolescence we discussed. We believe this dramatic difference is obsolescence. Again, this is supported by the board's own guidance. So I think we can move on now to the insurance issue. This was an issue of contention the last few years. There were some very insightful comments and insightful discussion by the board, but no adjustment was made. We request that you make an adjustment here for the initial contribution. SAPD, bottom line, should have allowed Edison to annualize its initial $2.4 billion contribution to the Wildfire Insurance Fund, just as the Assessor's Handbook directs. This is a continuing theme. The Assessor's Handbook is directing these adjustments be made. The Assessor's Handbook is providing evidence of obsolescence, and staff's not following it. This isn't a fair, reasonable appraisal, and it's not consistent with this board's own appraisal practice. Now, the SAPD says that, well, this expense was made prior to the lien date, so we don't need to account for it. The problem is, of course you do. Under the direct capitalization approach, it's true you're looking at current year income and current year expenses. However, there's an exception when you have prepaid expenses The assessor's handbook, which specifically calls out prepaid insurance as an example of a prepaid expense. The exception is that if you have a significant prepaid expense in a prior year, you're supposed to annualize that so that the values are stabilized year over year, so that you don't have a high value in one year and an exceedingly low value in the other. And that's what happened here. There's no question that this is insurance. I'm not sure where staff stands on it this year. Last year they vacillated a little bit. First they said it wasn't insurance, then they said it was insurance, then they said, well, even if it is insurance, so I'm not sure where they are. They'll tell you about that. Staff also incorrectly says that we're amortizing these expenses and we're asking this to be treated like depreciation of a capital asset. That's not what's happening here. What's happening here is we're asking for this asset to be annualized, consistent with the assessor's handbook, just as prepaid insurance, the example that they've used. SAPD also says that we haven't established that this insurance expense is recurring. That makes no sense. This is insurance. Yeah, it's true that an initial contribution exactly identical to this one is not on the horizon, but at the end of the day, it's insurance. You can make that argument about any expense. Every expense is a snowflake. There will never be another expense just like this one. The insurance contribution is prepaid insurance. It's a funding of the wildfire insurance fund that allowed Edison to have access to this layer of insurance. And there are a lot of reasons for that we've discussed in prior years in terms of the market for insurance in this incredible environment that we're in. So we don't need to have an exact duplicate of this initial contribution for a reasonably prudent business person to take this into account. And that's what this comes down to. A willing buyer would certainly take this prepaid insurance into account, because when comparing two companies, one that has made a payment and one that is not, a willing buyer would pay more for the company that made the payment, because the buyer would benefit from greater future cash flows, which represents an intangible asset that should be excluded from income from taxation in any event. So, which we'll get to in a moment. But the bottom line is that these insurance expenses need to be taken out. This is 3 years in a row now where this isn't happening, and it needs to. So the wildfire claims liabilities, let's talk about that for a second. So Edison is entitled to a reduction for the 2017-2018 wildfire claims liabilities totaling $3.6 billion. Staff says these are past expenses. They're contrary to Rule 8, which seeks to capture a future income stream. They're not past expenses. The claims liabilities are going to come up in the coming years. The accrual was made in prior years, but the actual expense is going to happen in future years. So again, any willing buyer would have to take that into account in purchasing these assets. So, not to mention the prospect of claims and settlements increasing as there are more wildfires to be paid in the future. The current estimate of liabilities that we have that have been accrued over a 4-year period are expected to be paid over a five-year period exceeds $5 billion. This is the amount after insurance recoveries. The claims expenses are also should be considered as recurring. I don't think anybody in the scientific community would agree that wildfire expenses and related claims will be non-recurring. That's SAPD living in a vacuum. That's not the real world. A reasonably prudent business person would certainly factor in the cost of these continued claims in purchasing these assets. I don't know how many different ways to say it. So you're going to buy an investor. Let's put yourself in the position of a prospective buyer. You're going to buy an investor-owned public utility in a drought-stricken region impacted by climate change. What would you tell the seller if it stated that the wildfires and related claims are one-offs and that they're not going to happen again, or that we don't think they're going to happen again? All you need to know is if you've ever tried buying insurance in a wildfire area, how expensive insurance is, and it's not even available in many cases. SAPD has failed to consider the enormous risk that a willing buyer would perceive in the purchase of a California utility that employs the inverse condemnation standard. That means strict liability. That means Edison doesn't even need to be negligent in the context of these claims. Strict liability. Couple that with a commission, a public utilities commission that has a history of denying recovery. That is enormous risk that a willing buyer would be undertaking. So again, if the utilities equipment played a role in the ignition of the fire, then the utility is responsible regardless of whether they were negligent. This is the circumstance that a willing buyer would be walking into. Recovery of claims expenses is a separate issue. That's also fraught with risk to a potential buyer. That's because the CPUC has a long history of denying recovery of wildfire claims, and the new legal standard for recovery of those claims adds additional uncertainty as to whether recovery would be allowed for future claims. So, staff also says that public utility that these wildfire claims don't attach to the public utility property; they attach to the business as a going concern. But public utility property is heavily regulated, and it cannot be sold separate from the liabilities. That just can't happen. The CPUC would never allow it. So, in short, staff's position on these claims liabilities runs counter to established science, counter to business considerations, regulatory practice, and common sense. So these claims liability expenses need to be allowed. The next issue I wanted to touch upon is the issue of intangibles. What's an intangible? An intangible includes any license, permit, or other right granted by the government. So we made the argument earlier about capital expenditures needing to be excluded because our client cannot earn a return on these assets, on the capital expenditures that are being made in a regulatory context. That's one argument. Separate and apart from that, the first $1.6 billion of these wildfire mitigation capital expenditures effectively create an intangible asset that must be removed from the HCLD indicator of assessed value. These non-depreciable expenditures were a prerequisite to Edison receiving a favorable prudency standard in future proceedings for recovery of wildfire losses. Specifically, if you make these wildfire mitigation expenses and obtain an annual safety certificate, you are subject to a more favorable regulatory standard of review in determining whether you're going to be able to recover wildfire-related expenses. When you make an expenditure to gain a favorable, a privilege or a right or a favorable treatment according to a new favorable legal standard, that's an intangible. That's an intangible asset. The capital expenditures that Edison made also give Edison the legal right to cap its wildfire insurance fund reimbursement exposure. That's also really important. So these capital expenditures and the obtaining of an annual safety certificate give Edison these very important intangible rights, and they're intangible rights which are not subject to taxation and should be removed. Similarly, the insurance initial contribution creates an intangible asset that should be removed from the CEA indicator. First, it creates the right to greater future cash flows, because if you make an expense, a big lump sum expense in prior years, then you have greater cash flows in future years. That's an intangible right to receive those greater cash flows. Second, the making of that initial contribution gives Edison and the other investor-owned public utilities that made that initial contribution access to the wildfire insurance fund, which is also an important intangible right. It's also the right to participate in the wildfire insurance fund. That's important. These are intangibles. They need to be removed. So I think I'm getting ready to wrap up here. I will say this. We did preserve the issue of risk premium. We're not going to discuss it today. I'll just conclude with this. The board's charge here is to assess Edison's property based on fair market value, not based on what CPUC did, not based on, well, we've always done it this way. Rather, the board must do it based on what a willing buyer would pay for these assets. That's the ultimate test, what a willing buyer would pay. It's not enough, as staff said, to just monitor. We'll continue to monitor climate change and wildfire developments. That's not enough. That doesn't cut it. How much more time does staff need? How much more time does this board need to accept the new reality that we're in? That's this board's charge. Respectfully, SAPD hasn't done that. The board, in adopting SAPD's values, hasn't done that either, and that's why we are where we are. Instead of assessing Edison's value based on fair market value, assessing Edison's property, I should say, based on fair market value, we also believe the board has assessed Edison's unitary property in a non-uniform and unequal manner in violation of the California Constitution and the equal protection clauses of the California and the U.S. Constitutions. Specifically, the board has given the other investor-owned utilities a deduction for the wildfire initial contribution, and we haven't gotten anything. My client hasn't gotten anything. The others have gotten it, we haven't. And finally, the board has stuck with the 75-25 weighting arbitrarily in these past few years, despite a mountain of evidence regarding climate change and wildfires that compels a different approach. From our perspective, this is arbitrary and capricious in violation of the due process clauses of the California and U.S. constitutions. Bottom line, members of the board, these are income-producing assets and should be valued using an income approach. It's that simple. If this board were to value Edison's assets and property using the income approach, we probably wouldn't be here. But for some reason, staff's unwilling to alter its approach that goes back to 2006 and unwilling to allow us the straightforward, reasonable adjustments we requested and to which we're legally entitled. This is wrong and contrary to established appraisal standards. The board stated last year and in years past that these issues raised by Edison are worthy of continued study, subsequent analysis, subsequent examination. Since then, we've confirmed that these adjustments should be made. For all these reasons, we respectfully request that the petition be granted. Thank you.
Mr. DeCassian, thank you very much for your report. I think you raised some really interesting questions. We are going to have a spirited discussion, I'm sure. Let me look to my colleagues, see, does anyone have any questions or any follow-ups for Mr. DeCassian?
No, we could do it at the end.
We'll do it at the end.
SAPD
Okay,
has
fair
to-
enough.
to-
All right,
to
let's
department.
hear the rebuttal.
We'll go to the State Assessed Properties Division for their presentation. Please unmute your microphones and introduce yourselves for the record.
Good morning, Chair Cohen. Thank you. My name is David Lujan with the Legal Department, representing SAPD. Today we also have Jack McCool, Daniel Jenkinson, as well as Michelle Cruz on behalf of SAPD.
Please continue.
Thank you. Before we get into the specific issues raised in this year's petition, we'd like to provide some context by way of background. First off, this is the third year that petitioner is raising the same issues. The board rejected the petition in the prior 2 years. As petitioner has presented essentially nothing new, the board should reject this year's petition as well. Second, petitioner added $4.6 billion in new property this year, but requests a $4.3 billion reduction in value from last year. Third, petitioner again cites the risk of catastrophic wildfires as a reason for its value reduction request. We emphasize again, however, as in previous years, the PUC determined no adjustment to petitioner's rate of return for wildfire risk was warranted. However, despite this, staff again made an obsolescence adjustment of approximately $1.9 billion to account for this risk. We would also note that catastrophic wildfires in California have decreased in the last 2 years, and that as far as staff is aware, petitioner has not, indeed no utility has used the AB 1054 created wildfire fund. In fact, petitioner itself recognizes this decline, stating in its latest 10K that SCE expects that any losses incurred in connection with 2019-2020 wildfires will be covered by insurance, and expect that any such losses after insurance recoveries will not be material. This decline in risk is also recognized by the increase in petitioner's credit rating and outlook. Finally, we would like to briefly describe the 4 specific adjustments to petitioner's 2022 unitary value related to wildfires. First, petitioner requested and staff applied a 0.85% risk premium to the capitalization rate used to calculate the CEA indicator, which resulted in a reduction to the overall unitary value of $416 million. Staff also made an obsolescence adjustment to the HCLD indicator, resulting from the addition of the 0.85% risk premium to the capitalization rate, which resulted in a reduction to the overall unitary value of $1.528 billion. Staff made an adjustment to account for SCE's inability to earn an equity return on the $1.6 billion in wildfire mitigation capital expenditures because AB 1054 precludes SCE from earning only an equity return on these capital expenditures. This resulted in a reduction to the overall unitary value of $513 million. Finally, staff calculated an adjustment to account for the 8 remaining $95 million payments into the wildfire fund as required by AB 1054. This leads to a reduction to overall unitary value of $136 million. Taken together, these wildfire-related adjustments combine to reduce petitioner's unitary value by $2.593 billion. With respect to issues 1 and 2, the proper weighting and reconciliation, in doing its assessment, SAPD took all relevant information into account and appropriately computed and reconciled both an HCLD and an income or capitalized earning ability, CEA, indicator of value. Here, pursuant to the property tax rules, HCLD is the most reliable value method because the HCLD indicator of value begins with the actual assets on which PUC allows petitioner to earn a return. Thus, staff weight it more heavily than the income indicator. Petitioner criticizes the weighting of the HCLD and CEA indicators because the difference between the two values. They simply conclude, however, without evidence, that this difference is obsolescence due to wildfire risk, and that the CEA must be given more weight. But there is nothing that makes it necessarily true that any difference between HCLD and CEA is always obsolescence. Assessor's Handbook 502 recognizes this. It says a difference might indicate that HCLD is too high. It is, of course, entirely possible that the CEA is too low. Additionally, to the extent that a difference between CEA and HCLD might be due to obsolescence, as previously explained, an adjustment has been made for obsolescence by allowing an increase to petitioner's rate of return. Thus, staff believes that all appropriate obsolescence adjustments for general wildfire risks have been made. If petitioner believes that a greater weighting of the CEA indicator is necessary, the burden of proof is on petitioner to present the specific reasons why. In the future, if they are willing to present such evidence, we're happy to take a look at it to see if additional adjustments should be made. Regarding 2017-2018 wildfire liability, Issue 3, petitioner requests a $1.635 billion reduction to its board-adopted value for its lawsuit liabilities accrued on its books. This liability, however, is not deductible because it is not an ordinary expense, one that would be expected to be paid to maintain or operate the property. Rather, this is liability that accrues from lawsuit settlements from the 2017-2018 wildfires and mudslide, some of which may have been started by petitioner's equipment and damaged property owned by others. This is important because it means that these liabilities may affect the price someone would pay for the entire company, i.e. the entire business, sometimes referred to as going concern, but it does not affect the value of the taxable property, and what is being appraised is the taxable property. That $1.635 billion is therefore a liability that may reduce the price a prospective purchaser might be willing to pay, but it does not affect the price a prospective purchaser would pay for the taxable property, because it does not affect the property's ability to be used to generate income. With regards to Issue 4, the $1.6 billion wildfire mitigation capital, AB 1054 requires petitioners to spend about $1.6 billion on wildfire mitigation capital expenditures, for which they are allowed to earn no equity return. The statutes are clear. They prohibit petitioner from earning a return on that investment, which is reflected in the equity portion of their rate base. They do not prohibit earning a return of its investment, which is reflected in its recovery of amounts spent, and staff made an adjustment for that. Staff removed the equity portion of their rate base that AB 1054 does not allow. It is also important to take a step back and see the big picture, exactly what petitioner is asking the board to do. Petitioner states that this property has zero value since it is prohibited from earning an equity return on its cost, and that no investor would purchase it. This ignores the fact that the property contributes to earnings and has value and may be sold as part of the system. Simply put, it spent $1.6 billion on property in the last 2 years, and are now asking the board to assess it at zero because they are not allowed to earn an equity return on that investment, ignoring the fact that they are getting their money back and the property is contributing to earnings. With respect to Issue 5, the AB 1054 Wildfire Fund initial contribution, petitioner's initial contribution of $2.4 billion to the Wildfire Fund as required by AB 1054 is not considered an operating expense under basic appraisal theory because it is not an expected recurring cash expense. Instead, it is an amortized past accounting expense that need not be paid again. Petitioner itself identifies the initial $2.4 billion contribution as a non-core item in its annual report. Non-core items includes income or loss from discontinued operations and income or loss from significant discrete items that management does not consider representative of ongoing earnings, such as income and expense-related changes to law. This is a perfect description for this payment. In essence, petitioner acknowledges in its annual report that this amount will not be paid again, but is asking the board to treat it like it is. Although petitioner clearly admits this is a non-cash, extraordinary, amortized accounting expense, petitioner points to language in Assessor's Handbook 502 regarding prepaid insurance as supposedly supporting its position that accounting expenses can be deducted. However, the Assessor's Handbook refers to anticipated, recurring, and annual prepaid amounts that represent future cash flows. They say that certain expenditures are annualized when using a direct capitalization model. The specific example given is of insurance prepaid for 3 years. It allows annualization of a 3-year prepaid insurance amount because there is an assumption that after the initial 3 years, there must be another outlay of cash that covers the next 3 years and so on. In contrast, it is undisputed that this single one-time AB 1054 initial contribution made back in 2019 does not reoccur. Therefore, unlike the Assessor's Handbook example, where you get a distortion of capitalizable income if you do not annualize the prepaid insurance, here you do get a distortion of income if you do annualize the initial contribution. Because it will never be paid again, it is improper to allow it as an expense and then project that out into perpetuity as is done in the direct capitalization model. In conclusion, SAPD has recommended all appropriate adjustments for petitioners' general and specific reductions related to wildfires, consistent with relevant authorities and petitioners' own public statements. As to general wildfire risk, petitioner and the PUC fully agrees that AB 1054 mitigated much of their risk, and even state in their 10K that they expect losses after insurance recoveries for future fires will not be material. However, staff allowed an increase in petitioner's rate of return that CPUC did not allow, resulting in approximately a $1.9 billion reduction. Petitioner's request for a reduction in value due to wildfire lawsuit liabilities is not appropriate because those lawsuits do not cause a reduction in value to its taxable property. CPUC and petitioner both acknowledge that petitioner may earn a return of its AB 1054 wildfire mitigation capital expenditures. And finally, petitioner admits in its public documents that its AB 1054 initial contribution is a non-core item, a one-time payment in the past that will never need to be paid again. Yet it insists that a prospective purchaser would still consider that they would have to pay it. Thus, making any of these adjustments would not only require violating general accepted appraisal practices, it would require ignoring petitioner's own statements. For these reasons, we recommend denying the petition on all issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We ask that you hold your questions until after the rebuttal for Southern California Edison.
All right.
Mr. DeCasian, you now have 15 minutes for your rebuttal.
Thank you. So, as usual, there's a lot to unpack. I'll do the best that I can here. In terms of, let's take them in the order in which staff discussed them. The increased assets, just because you have an addition of assets, that doesn't always correlate to an increase in value. We saw that several years ago when the San Onofre plant was deactivated and decommissioned and those assets were retired. That did not result in a decrease in value for that year, and that's because of the way that these public utilities earn income. It's their HCLD, net book value, measures earning power, and so does the income approach. And so an asset that may be placed in service doesn't necessarily on day one reflect value. It doesn't mean that the asset's being exempted in some way. It's just the way that these value indicators are being used. That's point number one. Catastrophic wildfires have decreased. Okay, maybe there's been a dip in a few years. Is staff prepared to say that climate change doesn't exist, that these wildfires aren't going to recur? Is staff prepared to contradict the scientific community? Let's hear it if that's what their argument is. But, you know, bring it on, because I think that is not, that's not a reasonable point to make. Okay, in terms of the specific adjustments, how did staff perform its reconciliation? We just flatly heard that they reconciled this 30% difference, this $8.5 billion. I didn't hear any detail on how it was reconciled. Why didn't we hear it? Because it didn't happen. There was no reconciliation. So it's their appraisal. They can't foist this on us. It's their appraisal. They didn't perform the reconciliation. The appraisal is defective. The obsolescence point, it's not us that's saying it. It's your own handbook that's saying it. And your own handbook says, yes, that not every difference is could be due to obsolescence. It may be obsolescence, but significant differences like this one are likely due to obsolescence. But staff didn't pursue that. They never pursued that. They just sort of left the $8.5 billion value difference just sort of hanging out there. Again, this is their appraisal. They need to step forward and say, why the $8.5 billion difference? They believe there's regulatory lag. Where's their computation of regulatory lag? Let's hear it. It's not on us. They're the ones asserting that as a defense for this $8.5 billion difference. So it's up to them to advance evidence to prove that. Just because the overall burden of proof is on us doesn't mean that their ability, that they're raising affirmative defenses, that puts the onus on them. If they're making a statement, they need to back it up. We don't need to disprove a statement that they're making. We don't need to prove a negative. The intangibles, no response. Crickets on the intangibles. We made the point on intangibles. We didn't hear anything from them. Why? Maybe they have a response. Maybe we'll hear it later, but nothing so far. I want to turn now to Ms. Andrea Wood to address the core, non-core item issue. Ms. Wood, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Yeah, I would like to address that, because to say that upfront contribution could never occur again, I believe is just incorrect. We don't know. The fund was sized to support liabilities for the three major utilities, and it only takes one giant catastrophic fire in order to deplete the fund. So, you know, depending on what happens in the future, we would know whether or not we would need to continue to make contributions. I don't think that's as certain as was depicted. A one-time, you know, again, it's not a one-time payment. You don't know that for sure. The reflection of it as non-core in the financial statements is really that term core versus non-core. You know, that's not a general accepted accounting principle. That's something that we use, and other companies do too, to allow analysts to try to estimate what the revenues are going to be for the company. So, for example, O&M expenses like vegetation management, those are recoverable from ratepayers, and so they go into our rates. So that's core. Those are core expenses. This is non-core because it's not recoverable. We're not allowed to recover it in our rates, and so the analysts would know not to use it in trying to estimate future revenues. I don't think you should read that much into the fact that it's reported as non-core in our financial statements.
Thank you, Ms. Wood.
Can I talk a little bit about the claims? Because I kind of want to hit home that, you know, we began to make accruals for wildfire claims in 2018, and this was right after the big fires that occurred in 17 and 18. That's the Thomas and the Woolsey fires. But we've continued to make accruals every year since then. As a matter of fact, we've accrued we have identified almost $8 billion in liabilities. That's before insurance. I think we had $2 billion of insurance, so you know over $6 billion of liabilities that have been accrued consistently in 2018, 19, 20, 21, and 22. So to say that's non-recurring, again, I don't think that's accurate. And if you say, which we've heard from the staff before, but well, you can't pay attention to accruals because that's not cash. Well, we've been making payments under these liabilities We started making payments in 2019, made substantial payments in 2020, 2021, and 2022. And we're going to continue to make payments in 2023. So again, it's not that it's non-recurring. I know we've talked about the Woolsey and the Thomas fires, but since then we had the the Saddle Ridge fire in 2019, the Bobcat fire in 2020, and then this year we've had the Coastal and the Fairview fires. So again, to say it's non-recurring just doesn't ring true.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. Did you want to add anything else? Any of the other items?
No, I'm good for now. Thank you.
So picking up on the theme of the claims. So again, the claims, a willing buyer would certainly consider the prospect of having to pay out claims in purchasing these assets. And, last year staff brought up some example about some truck getting in an accident and tort liability. That's not what we have here. These assets are regulated. So you can't just pick up and sell these assets without accounting for the liabilities. The CPUC simply will not allow that to happen. So anyone buying these assets is going to have to take on the liabilities. So they can't be separated. And any willing buyer, any prudent buyer, any reasonable buyer would have to take these claims into account. Could you look a willing buyer in the eye, members of the board, and say these claims, don't worry about it, it's not going to happen again. This wildfire crisis, it's blowing over. Don't worry about it. And even if it's ongoing, you're not going to need to pay on these claims. That would be a total prevarication. Everybody knows that. Everybody knows that these wildfire claims are here to stay. It's going to be part of the new normal under a strict liability standard, especially when the utility doesn't even need to be negligent. Their equipment needs to have played a significant role in the cause of the fire, even if somebody else was at fault. Strict liability, that's what inverse condemnation means. So the claims are really, really important, and so I echo Ms. Wood's comments. In terms of the capital expenditures, let's not play this game, right? We're not asking for the assets to be exempt. What we're asking for is if we were going to use the historical cost approach, let's do it properly. Let's do it the right way. If we can't earn on these assets, they need to be taken out. That's what we're asking for. We're not asking for the asset to be exempt. If we were asking for the asset to be exempt, why did staff exclude the equity portion of it? Are they giving us an exemption? Of course not. Of course they're not. We're just asking them to take it out fully. Did staff give us a partial exemption because they took out the, no. Because that's what HCLD requires. HCLD is there to measure the earning power of the utility. If you can't earn on it, it needs to be taken out. And as we've explained, and I haven't heard any rebuttal from staff on this point, we don't recover the assets. We don't get depreciation on them. There's no return of the assets in a regulatory environment. Now, if staff wants to use another approach to value, if they want to use reproduction cost, replacement cost, or some other cost approach, then maybe we can take what they're saying into account. But as long as you're in the world of historical cost, this is the approach you have to take. And then finally, the insurance, I can't tell you, you can't dismiss the assessor's handbook as supposedly applying. This is what it says. Cash flow basis. Okay, in direct capitalization, this concept is adjusted slightly to annualize certain expenditures. For example, if an insurance premium is prepaid for a number of years, a prorated annual amount would be used as annualized expense. It's not me. It's your own handbook. They need to at least follow this board's own guidance, and they can't dispose of it or dismiss it as supposedly applying when it's squarely on point. These are adjustments that need to be made. They're reasonable adjustments that we're seeking. Mr. Mull, do you have anything that you wish to add?
I don't think that there is really anything to add. You've summarized it. I might point out just on the intangible issue, which the staff, I didn't hear them address it. Clearly, and this goes to prepaid expenses and prepaid contributions as well. Obviously, prepaid contributions and prepaid expenses can create an intangible asset or intangible right, as you have described, which can provide value in the future. So when you're, for example, when you're doing an income approach, it's quite well known that you have to account for the impact of that income approach that is caused by intangibles. Intangible assets generate income. You've got to take that out of the income stream that you're capitalizing. And here, that wasn't done for a couple of intangible assets. The contribution that was made initially, that creates an intangible asset for the right to participate. It also reduces insurance expenses in the future, which means it's increasing income. You've got to account for that in the income stream for these various intangibles that were identified. That's quite common. It's well established in case law and in the assessor's handbook, and staff hasn't done it here. That's all I'll say.
So with that, we'll close our rebuttal. Members of the board, thank you for your time, and we're here to answer any questions you may have.
Great, thank you very much. Yes, Mr. Schaefer?
I'll ask Mr. Darkasian. Before I came on the board, the fires came out in 2017, is that right? Haven't you been able to get together with the 2017 board and settle some of these issues? I mean, my beard has grown. It's 5 years later, and we're still talking about 2017, pardon me.
Well, I can't speak to what happened in 2017. I think what I could tell you is our approach and my client's overall approach, which was to try to work with the staff and with the board whenever possible. We just feel that we're in a situation here where the value is so out of whack that is what has brought us to the point that we are. So I apologize. I don't have any greater perspective I can offer you on 2017.
Well, I appreciate your argument, the willing buyer and willing seller. I'm the businessman's advocate on the board, I think, and have been in many enterprises and appraisals as an individual. And I hope that we can come with some understandings and definitions that if there are other fires in our lifetimes, we'll have some of the answers and not have to start from the beginning again. And you're Mr. Mall, is he related to Milton Berle? That's the Mall family,
No, Mr. Schaefer, I'm not, at least that I know of.
Thank you.
All right, let's refocus in on the hearing. Mr. Gaines, do you have any questions?
I've got comments.
Comments, please, go ahead.
Okay, great,
And then we'll
thank
get
you.
down here.
I want to thank Southern California Edison for bringing this forward. And I've been consistent in years past in saying this, that I think their arguments have validity and that we ought to be taking a closer look at those arguments. And when we take a look at the income approach versus the cost approach, we have adjusted that for other entities. As the nature of a particular entity changes over time, this board and staff have made adjustments to that. And I think given the circumstances that they're describing, it justifies taking a look at these additional exposures, wildfire, climate change, and things of that sort. Just from the wildfire exposure aspect, I'm in the insurance business, and so when I take a look at the challenges that we've had with trying to insure property in California, it's a crisis. The insurance industry for the last 3 years, this year excluded, I think we dodged a bullet this year, had $4 billion a year in losses in each of 3 successive years. And prior to that, they had profits for a decade. So the profits for the decade prior were wiped out as a result of the catastrophic losses that occurred 3 years in a row. And just from a market perspective, it's very, very difficult to get fire insurance in the state of California, which tells me that the bean counters are looking at the exposure in the state, and they're saying, we can't make money in California when we sell fire insurance. And literally many of our markets are either shut down on a moratorium or they've pulled out altogether. And it's just not our markets. You take a look at Geico, they shut down 38 offices here in the state of California that were offering insurance. You've got Allstate that shut down its avenue through independent insurance agents. You can't offer coverage that way any longer. So the exposure, my point is the exposure exists. It's real. If the insurance industry thinks it's real and it's not offering coverage here, then in my opinion, the exposure will continue into the future. And that brings me to the $2.4 billion contribution described as a one-time payment. I just find that hard to believe given the exposure that still exists in California. It wasn't long ago that we had the Dorado fire that went through my district, my county, where I live. We dodged a bullet, in my opinion, that didn't burn down Lake Tahoe. So the exposure still exists, and we've got an insurance crisis on our hands. So I think that should be an annualized payment and considered as such by the Board of Equalization. And I think there's a good point brought up in terms of what would a willing buyer pay. And I do think that a buyer looking to buy assets from a utility or buy a utility would be looking at these same issues, these same exposures, and it would reduce its value. And then finally, I think they make a good argument on the equal protection issue. It seems like a valid point, and I guess that'll be determined in a different venue. But I still agree with many of the arguments made by Southern California Edison. And when I take a look at a utility and how they function, utilities are allowed a rate of return, and then there's a certain cost to produce energy, and then there are taxes to be paid by that utility, whether it's property or income taxes. But by increasing the tax exposure on a utility, aren't we ultimately hurting the consumer in terms of the rate? Because I would think if the taxes are higher, then they're going to have to increase rates to pay for that additional exposure. And I just feel like everybody needs to pay taxes, but given the circumstances that have been presented today and in years past, I think their arguments are valid. Thank you.
All right, thank you. So I have a couple questions that I just want to pose before we move on down the dais. And I would like to ask that the BOE staff attorney clarify for the record that the petitioner has the burden of proof when appealing to the board adopted unitary value. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And another question. I wanted to ask that the parties explain whether the $1.6 billion spent on the wildfire mitigation capital expenditures has any value that should be reflected in the property tax valuation calculations.
Yes, we do think there's value because it is part of the system. So unitary value is taking a look at the entire system, and it's all working together to generate income. Despite the financing that may be happening with those expenditures in the background, these items are connected to the system, and so there is a value that they're producing in terms of affecting income.
Okay, thank you. So this question is, oh, go ahead, Mr. Jacquessian. Do you want to respond?
I did, to a couple of points.
Please.
First, Madam Chair, yes, it's true that we have the overall burden of proof in this hearing. My point was simply that if staff were to make an assertion, it's not up to us to disprove it. So they've made an assertion regarding regulatory lag and have come up empty. So it's not up to us to disprove every point that staff makes. And that's just sort of basic evidentiary procedure. It's effectively an affirmative defense is what it is. So it's not up to us to disprove their affirmative defenses. That's point number one. Point number two, regarding the $1.6 billion in value, I'm not sure that that is the right question. And the reason is that it's not value in the abstract that we're looking at here. We're looking at whether it should be included in the historical cost indicator. Those are two different questions, right? So I guess I could say, like, look, they allowed the equity portion of the return, in their words. Is that an exemption? Does that have value? Of course it has value in the abstract. So according to their logic, nothing should have been taken out. But they did take out the equity portion. So it's not whether it has value in the abstract, it's whether it belongs in the historical cost indicator. And the reason that I'm underscoring this is the historical cost indicator is there to measure earning power. That's what it is. That's what the WASADA manual says. That's the purpose behind the historical cost indicator. So if you're not earning on the assets, they should be taken out. If you're not getting a return of the assets through depreciation, they should be taken out. And that's what's happening here. So if they were using like a replacement cost or a reproduction cost or some other approach to value, then maybe we could have a discussion about whether these assets should be included, but not in the historical cost context. Anyway, we also have the point about the intangibles, right? So if we're going to go in that direction, the capital expenditures create government rights for Edison, rights for a favorable prudency standard, rights to a limitation on the wildfire fund reimbursement cap, and those are intangible assets, so they need to be removed in any event. So that's our position on that. So it's not whether they have value in the abstract, it's whether they should appropriately be included in the HCLD and separately whether they're an intangible. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Mr. Vasquez, do you have any questions?
Yes, this is for the petitioner. In regards to issue 1 and 2, why is the rate-based regulated utility does like SC or SCE believe that the department's calculation of HLCD indicator is less reliable despite the HLCD being considered to be one of the more important indicators of value closely regulated by utilities based on relevant appraisals, principles, and board guidance?
It's a great question, Mr. Vasquez, and I appreciate that. So the reason that we say that is, yes, in many contexts, HCLD would be appropriate. In this case, it's not. And the reason is that under your own regulation, Rule 8, it says that the income approach is the preferred approach where the property has suffered considerable physical depreciation, economic or external obsolescence, or is subject to legal restrictions on income that are unrelated to cost. And that's what we have here. We have largely older assets. We have the entire wildfire situation and the regulatory overlay, all the expenses that are associated with that. And ultimately, for that reason, the income approach is the preferred approach, just based on the criteria in Rule 8. And I'll just bring you back to sort of one of our major themes, as you can tell, is willing buyer. What is more indicative of fair market value than what a willing buyer would pay for income producing assets? No reasonable investor would pay more for assets than the income that those assets generate. So the income approach should be the approach used, particularly here where we have such a great disparity between the historical cost and the income, $8.5 billion, which your own handbook says may indicate significant obsolescence. Those are significant differences. I hope that answers your question, sir.
It does, but now it raises another question for staff. Do we have the attorney? I think he was on board here.
Yeah.
Yes.
I'd like to hear his rebuttal on that.
I'm sorry, what was the question?
I was asking the petitioner, why as a rate-based regulator utility does SCE believe that the department's calculation of HLCD indicator is less reliable? And he went into his explanation for it, and he's telling, or at least his argument, it sounds like it's that your staff is basing it on a measure that is not reliable, or isn't up to date, I guess.
Yeah, so I mean, going back to general appraisal theory, HCLD is the most reliable for for utilities of this type. When it comes to the difference between the HCL and CEA, which this is all about, there are a number of reasons why those could be different. And I know in years past we've talked about regulatory lag. there are some other things that it could be. And so there has to be an analysis of that to try to break down and understand what it is. And it requires a lot of cooperation and input from petitioner, cooperating with SAPD to get to the bottom of that. But at this juncture, when we're looking at the CEA and we're looking at different things, staff continues to believe that HCLD is the most reliable.
Thank you.
Controller Yee.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Some comments and then some questions. First, just as I appreciate the question, Madam Chair, you posed about the burden of proof, which is the case in all of these types of matters. And I wanted to just talk about the approach that staff took, which I thought was quite a fair approach, because there are different ways of looking at how we make significant valuation adjustments. And it's not just about the weighting of the value indicators, but also about just looking at the types of adjustments relative to each of the issues that Mr. McCool enumerated. So there's been quite a bit of adjustment already made to the valuation. I think about $2.6 billion, almost close to that. Is that right? Okay. So so that's one point. But I guess what I would say is I think the work that we do here in terms of valuation, property valuation, unitary valuation, has to in some ways continue to mesh with what the PUC does with respect to just rate-regulated utilities. It is, I think, the HCLD indicator, I think, is probably the closest that approximates just what the PUC looks at relative to how it does its rate cases. And so there's a reason why we've been doing it the same way for a very long time. And unless the utility is going to anticipate a sale or just some consideration of what a future income stream may be able to help recover, I don't know that that's an appropriate debate for this particular matter. But and I also think we've been kind of conflating, because we've seen these issues before in a prior appeal. And to the extent that the burden of proof is on the petitioner, I don't know that we started this 2022 lean year process with really an understanding of the adjustments in the prior year, which came in, I think, during appeal by the petitioner. So I think, again, kind of the burden of proof about just, why these value indicators are assigned the way that they have been by the petitioner is still unclear with respect to how the staff is looking at this. But as a general matter, so we have this kind of AB 1054 that puts some parameters around this whole wildfire issue. And to me, the case really kind of is about how we would look at assessing any other unitary property of a rate-regulated utility, but for the application of AB 1054. So, which required Edison to make the $1.6 billion in capital expenditures over the 3-year period for fire risk mitigation, precludes Southern California Edison from earning an equity return on the capital expenditures, and this is also an area where the staff did make an adjustment for the inability of Edison to earn that equity return on expenditures, and that was, I think, the $513 million value reduction. So even with the application of the legislation, I think the staff went beyond just to look at some of the limitations that were made by that legislation on the utility and continue to make adjustments there. And I guess all told, what I'm hearing, having heard these issues in the prior year with all of you, is that there just seems to be a conflation of just looking at the concerns with respect to the valuation of Edison's property as compared to concern over the valuation of its business. Clearly, we're here to look at the unitary property value, but certainly the value of Edison as a business, as a going concern, is something that obviously the utility will continue to focus on. But I believe the issues that we are seeing here are relatively clear in that The adjustments have been made, as Mr. McCool described. I believe the value indicators that staff is recommending are appropriate, and I do think that we have a bit of a responsibility or an obligation to stay as close to just how we are guided and really how the PUC is guided by how we look at the valuation of these rate-regulated utilities. So I just wanted to put that out there. And my question really has to do with, I guess, to the petitioner about kind of what the starting point of this year's 2022 lien date valuation process was, because we did hear this in the prior year, and there was an adjustment made on appeal, but I'm not sure that I really understood the rationale for that, and was that rationale brought forward with respect to this lien date valuation? And I'll ask Mr. McCool to comment on that after the petitioner.
I'm Madam Controller, I'm sorry, I don't understand your question.
So in the prior year, there was an adjustment made on the weighting of the indicators, and I think that came in on appeal.
An adjustment made on the weighting of the indicators? No.
No?
No adjustment was made.
I thought there had been one. Okay.
I thought there was one as well. I think there
We're
was.
still at 45.
I thought there was, it began like a 50-50 and it came down to 35 on the income indicator? Or am I getting
Okay.
it wrong?
All right, there's some confusion.
Maybe I'll ask staff to.
Dan, do you,
Staff?
pardon me, yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Chair Cohen, could Dan maybe speak to that?
Yeah, this is Dan Jenkinson with SAPD. I'm sorry, I was going to just jump in real quick. I'm not sure if, I know that there was a roll correction that we made. There was like an adjustment that needed to be made. And so I think maybe that's what you might be thinking of. But I don't think it was related to the weightings. It was just related to some adjustments that SE had requested that we make to the appraisal directly after the appraisal season. So that might be what you were thinking of as far as an adjustment.
All right, I apologize because there was an adjustment. All right. So, and maybe back to you on the question then with staff. So what was the, so what did you see with respect to, or what would you have needed to see to justify the weighting? I know the burden of proof is on the petitioner, but I guess what was the starting point with respect to looking at the 2022 lien date valuation?
Jack or Dan, could you guys step in and answer that?
Yes, so sorry. Jack McCool, State Assessed Properties Division. To your question, Controller E, our staff has spent a considerable amount of time over the last several years looking closely at the value indicators for the large utilities and, of course, the related issues. And we've sought out as much information as possible. And we've been poring over the data that we can find in order to constantly evaluate our indicator weightings. After last year's oral hearing, one of the large utilities actually reached out to us and offered to work with us on further examining, for example, the issue of regulatory lag. And our staff actually examined documents and information provided by the utility, and it did prove to be very insightful. And I think it's important to point out that while our staff was looking at those documents, we weren't just looking into the issue of regulatory lag specifically, but also the effects of other components that make up the utilities filings with the PUC. Our goal has been to better understand what could be accounting for the difference in the value indicators and for some of the utilities, and also to see what type of information would be available if we did need to do a deeper analysis. And the bottom line is that this is very complex and would require a considerable amount of information from the utilities to provide to us, and also a considerable amount of time and resources internally to analyze. I think it's important to remember that we typically rely on the assessees to provide us with information or studies in order to substantiate changes in our appraisal methodology or to substantiate obsolescence. The last time the indicator weightings were changed, one of the utilities actually presented us with a data analysis that quantified an increase of regulatory lag experienced during a period of large capital expenditure growth. That specifically resulted in SAPD staff at the time changing the weighting from 90% HCLD to 10% CEA to what we currently have. We are trying to devote more of our resources internally to monitoring the PUC proceedings and reviewing the information submitted to the PUC more thoroughly. We are also aware of the prospect that future rate cases may be decided every 4 years rather than the current timetable of approximately every 3 years. And that is certainly something that we're going to continue to keep our eye on. After careful consideration of all the information we were able to obtain this year, and absent any specific study or data to support an alternative weighting, we felt the current 75-25 weighting for the large utilities continues to represent the best weighting for these two indicators, consistent with the accepted appraisal theory regarding the valuation of closely regulated utilities. And that's consistent with appraisal guidance. The HDLD indicator is preferred when we're valuing these utilities because the PUC uses the historical cost as its rate base. So we are using the actual amount invested in the property. In other words, we're using the cost of the property less depreciation as a relevant value indicator. And all of the appraisal texts state that the difference between the HLD and the CEA, or the income indicator, can occur for a variety of reasons. And some of those we've looked into, including accounting differences. We've mentioned regulatory lag. We're looking also at how there could be management decisions or differences in the forecasts that were submitted originally to the PUC for the rate case filings. All of those can be contributors to the difference between the indicators. We continue to be willing to work with the utilities, and any that wish to assist us in looking deeper into these topics, we will certainly welcome that cooperation. I want to also mention that we've reached out to our counterparts in other Western states. As petitioner has mentioned, Western States Association of Tax Administrators, we are a member of that organization. We have staff on the committees related to central assessment. And as you know, wildfires have not been unique to California. They've caused considerable destruction in other Western states. We've engaged our counterparts in the appraisal field in other Western states the last few years on the issue of wildfire and climate change. And what we've discovered is that no other state is currently making value adjustments due to the wildfire issue. So we will continue to closely monitor the issue as we've done the last several years. We now have, of course, we've had the rate cases in the past. We have AB 1054, so that's legislation that addresses the issue. And as the PUC has stated, they believe AB 1054 appropriately mitigated the risks that the utilities face. The legislature designed AB 1054 with that in mind. And we will continue to engage with the utilities as we always have, and we'll do our best to evaluate any information that they provide on wildfire, climate change, or any other issue. And I'd just like to point out that we've made the same adjustments for wildfire as we have in the last 2 years, again this year, and we've worked with the utilities, and some of those adjustments were actually created in cooperation with utility representatives when we created them in the first place, or calculated them in the first place. So we continue to cooperate and look for as much information as possible. But we have spent a considerable amount of time analyzing as much information as we can, and hopefully that's answered some of your questions.
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you. Mr. Jacasey, did you have anything to add?
I did, Controller. So it sounds like everybody understands that there's been no adjustment made to our weighting, but adjustments have been made to the weighting of other taxpayers. We make a concerted effort to work with staff every year. We spend a lot of time and effort, and nobody has reached out to us on this specific point. So there have been adjustments made to other investor-owned utilities. I mean, we'd like to have that same consideration.
Members of the board, just to clarify, after all this analysis, we have not changed the weighting indicators for any of the large utilities based on our analysis, just to be clear. Thank you.
Right.
Yeah, I apologize if I misunderstood that. Yeah, in terms of Controller sticking close to the CPUC, I think we could all agree that the background and what's taking place at CPUC is important. But I would go back to the WSATA manual, right, which is that the regulatory agencies are in the business of setting rates. They're not there to determine or even estimate fair market value. So while it's important as background, I don't think that it is that the CPUC should be the arbiter of what is or what isn't a fair market value for these utilities.
I just wanted to note something on that point. The we acknowledge what Wasada Handbook says, but there's, in the appraisal world, HCLD is not equal to rate base. So there are other adjustments that are going to be made. So while HCLD is very important because it approximates rate base, it's not a one-for-one comparison. So there are other adjustments that are made.
I don't disagree with Mr. Lujan on that point.
Yeah, I appreciate the clarification. Thank you. You know, on this issue of the insurance payments, I think the argument about whether we will see this amortized expense be recurring due to the new reality of wildfires. I mean, this is an unknown, but I think this also, at least for this body, relative to that, I think it's really more about the treatment of that initial contribution, which I don't think anybody has any dispute over that. And what the legislature decides beyond AB 1054, I think, still remains to be seen. So I don't know that anybody can hazard a guess on that piece of it going forward. Thank you, Madam Chair. I really appreciate the work of the staff on this matter. It is complex on one level, on the other level, not so with respect to just how we have looked to apply the value indicators for this particular group of state assessees. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, are there any other questions? Okay, Mr. Gaines has point
Yeah,
of
just
clarification.
if I could, a point of clarification in terms of adjustment to income approach versus cost approach. I still stand by my statement. It's an accurate statement.
Okay,
Madam Chair, may I comment on something?
please, yes.
Thank you. So there was a comment made earlier by Controller Yee about conflating the business and the assets. We're not doing that here. We're talking about appraisal of the assets. And so we're not talking about appraisal of the business, we're talking about appraisal of the assets. And so particularly in a situation where you're talking about the claims and the claims can't be separated from the assets, yes, the claims adversely affect the business, but because the assets are regulated, they also adversely affect the assets. And then in terms of the preference versus of HCLD versus income, Madam Chair, I understand, Madam Controller, I understand your point. I'm getting confused between the controller and the controller-elect. My apologies. In terms of the use of the income approach versus HCLD, I don't think we should limit our reliance on the income approach to situations where a pending sale is imminent. I'm not saying that you suggested that, but I think someone could take that from the comments you made. I think the income indicator is crucial because that's the ultimate measure of what a willing buyer would pay for these assets. And I think that's the reason we're seeing the disparity. I still haven't heard anybody in this room explain why these two value indicators are $8.5 billion apart. After all this, I still haven't heard anything. So that's why, I mean, the income indicator, let's look to what the market would pay, what a willing buyer would pay for income producing assets. Thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the clarification, Mr. DeCasian. That was not my intent with respect to looking at the income approach. I do think the staff applied the income approach appropriately, but I think the overriding value indicator as relates to this particular assessee, it's the HCLD approach. So, and we are talking about kind of the weighting that's in dispute. And I think the reconciliation of the value indicators, the staff has really relied on our property tax rules with respect to how to apply each of those appropriately. So I did not mean to have the income approach be viewed exclusively just for when there might be an imminent sale.
Okay. All right. All right, seeing that there are no more further comments, Mr. Keddy, do we need to take public comment on this item?
Yes, we do.
All right, let's go ahead and take public comment.
Maybe we could do a motion first before we go out to the public comment?
All right, staff, or colleagues, is there a motion for this item?
So move.
Okay, let's get a motion to accept the staff recommendation. Okay, all right, motion to accept the staff recommendation has been seconded by Controller Yee.
All righty, let's go out to the moderator. AT&T moderator, Can you please tell us if there's anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For public comment by phone, please press 1, then 0 at this time. An operator will gather your name and place you in queue. When you hear your name called, you may proceed with your question. Press 1, 0, please. Madam Chair, we have no one in queue.
All right, thank you. And just for clarification, the motion was made by myself and seconded by Controller Yee.
All righty. Take the roll.
Yes, please.
Chair Cohen,
Aye?
Vice Chair Schaefer,
Aye?
Member Gaines,
No?
Member Vasquez,
Aye.
Controller Yee.
Aye.
All right, this motion passes. Thank you. Ms. Giacchetti, it is 12:02. Are we due for a recess?
Yes, I guess it depends on Ms. Yee's schedule, if she's
Okay.
available, or we could continue on
Commission-
with the other constitutional functions.
We can continue. I'm just trying to be sensitive to the staff that need maybe a 5-minute break or water break or bathroom break. 5 minutes?
do a
Okay.
5-minute break.
Okay, we'll take a 5-minute break. We'll take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. We will reconvene at 12:07.
Chair, I'm surprised they have an hour of lunch.
All right, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're back in session. Ms. Cicchetti, please
The
call
next
the-
item,
Thank you.
The next item on our agenda is E, Tax Program, Non-Appearance Matters Adjudicatory, Legal Appeals, Property Tax Matters, Petition for Reassessment of Unitary Value. There are 3 items. A, Dynegy Morse Landing LLC, 1103 SAU 22-011. Second one is B, SFPPLP 0461 SAU 22-015. And C, Cal Neve Pipeline LLC 0420 0402 SAU 22-016. All parties have waived their appearance and have not waived confidentiality to the record. This is a constitutional function. The first case is E3A, Dynegy Morse Landing LLC, 1103. Contribution disclosure forms are required pursuant to Government Code Section 15626. Board Proceedings has received contribution disclosure forms from the parties, agents, and participants. No disqualifying contributions were disclosed. All parties, agents, and participants are listed on the memorandum provided to your office. This matter will be presented by Ms. Yim.
Thank you. Ms. Yim, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. Again, I am Sonia Yim, the appeals attorney for the State Board of Equalization assigned to this case. I have submitted a summary decision for Dynegy Moss Landing LLC for your consideration. In this case, the petitioner has waived their appearance before the board and is requesting that the board decide this petition based on the written record. The petition raises one primary issue: whether proper reliance was placed on the cost and income value indicators. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within my summary decision, I recommend that the board deny the petition for reassessment and reaffirm the 2022 board-adopted unitary value of $289,800,000. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
All right. Thank you very much for the recommendation. Let me see if my colleagues have any question. Any questions on my right? Nope, nope. Okay, great.
Need a motion?
Yes. Let's have a motion.
I move staff recommendation.
All right, so a motion made by Mr. Vasquez, second by Ms. Controller Yee. Let's call the roll.
Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Oh, I
Or do we get
apologize.
public?
Oh, public
Yeah,
comment, that's correct.
right.
Thank you for
I
the
apologize.
correction. Let's go to public
AT&T
comment.
moderator, do we have anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For comment regarding this item, please press 10 at this time. Madam Chair, we have no callers in queue.
All right, appreciate it. Let's call the roll.
Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines? Not present. Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yee?
Aye.
Motion passes. The
Excellent.
second case is E3B, SFPP LP. Contribution disclosure forms are required pursuant to Government Code 15626. Board Proceedings has not received all contribution disclosure forms for the parties, agents, and participants. No disqualifying contributions were disclosed on the forms received. All parties, agents, and participants were listed on the memorandum provided to your office. This matter will be presented by Ms. Yim.
Thank you, Ms. Cicchetti. Members, in the case before you, the petitioner, SFPP, has waived their appearance and is requesting that the board decide this petition based on the written record. The petition raises two primary issues. First, whether the respondent erred by not including an adjustment for economic and functional obsolescence in the assessee furnished estimate of rate-based value indicator. And second, whether the basic capitalization rate should be increased to account for additional extraordinary risk. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within my summary decision, I recommend that the board deny the petition for reassessment and reaffirm the 2022 board-adopted unitary value of $419,400,000. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
Thank you. Is there any discussion on this item? All right, seeing none, let's take public comment.
Let's get a motion first, please.
Approve. Oops. Move to adopt staff recommendation.
All right. A motion has been.
Second that.
All right, so a motion to adopt was made by Mr. Vasquez, was seconded by Controller Yi, and now we're going to go to public comment.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For public comment, please press 10. Madam Chair, we have no callers in queue.
All right, thank you. Let's call the roll.
Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines is absent. Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yi? Motion passes. The next item on the agenda is E3C, Cal Neve Pipeline LLC. Contribution disclosure forms are required pursuant to Government Code 15626. Board Proceedings has not received all contribution disclosure forms for the parties, agents, and participants. No disqualifying contributions were disclosed on the forms received. All parties, agents, and participants were listed on the memorandum provided to your office. This matter will be presented by Ms. Yi. I'm sorry, Ms. Yim. It's almost lunchtime.
Ms. Yim is quite ready to
Go ahead,
present.
Ms. Yim.
Thank you. Members, in the case before you, the petitioner, CalNev Pipeline, has waived their appearance and is requesting that the board decide this petition based on the written record. The petition raises two primary issues. First, whether the respondent erred by not including an adjustment for economic and functional obsolescence in the assessee furnished estimate of rate-based value indicator. And second, whether the basic capitalization rate should be increased to account for additional extraordinary risk. Based on the written record and as reflected in greater detail within my summary decision, I recommend that the board deny the petition for reassessment and reaffirm the 2022 board-adopted unitary value of $83 million. I ask for the board's adoption of my recommendation.
All right, thank you. Questions, comments? Seeing none, thank you. Is there a motion to adopt?
Move staff recommendation.
All right.
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Vasquez, seconded by Ms. Yi. Let's go to public comment.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For public comment on this item, please press 10. Madam Chair, there are no callers in queue.
Thank you very much. Let's call the roll.
Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines is absent. Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Controller Yi?
Aye. Aye, excuse me.
All right, motion passes
Passes.
unanimous. Let's call the next item.
The next item is Other Tax Program Non-Appearance Matters, F1A, Board Roll Changes, 2022 Board Roll of State Assessed Property. This matter will be presented by Mr. McCool.
All right, Mr. McCool.
Thank you. Good morning again. Actually, good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. I am Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 4876 allows for the correction of errors made to the board roll of state assessed property. I'm here today to present two roll changes to correct staff errors for the board's consideration. Both roll changes involve the same error. Both assessees filed petitions in 2021 for reassessment of their unitary property. The board adopted petition adjustments for both assessees. Normally, petition adjustments are applied as adjustments to the roll in the following lien date. However, both of these assessees requested that SAPD correct their 2021 assessed values to reflect the petition adjustments. SAPD complied with the assessee's request. Unfortunately, staff erred by applying the petition adjustments to the assessee's 2022 assessed values as well. So essentially, we applied the adjustments twice. The adoption of the roll changes before the board today would correct that error. Both state assessees have been notified of the error and are aware of the roll changes before the board today. As is our practice when errors are made, we have reviewed our processes and we have made changes in an attempt to ensure that this type of error does not occur in the future. Thank you for your consideration, and I ask for the board's adoption of these role changes. Thank you.
Great, thank you. No discussion. Let's just go ahead. We'll take a motion. Let's go to public comment.
We usually like to get the motion first
Oh,
before
okay.
we go to
I thought it was the
public
other way
comment.
around.
Mhm.
All right, let's, a motion.
Move this,
Second.
All
adopt
right.
staff recommendation.
All right, thank you very much. Motion made by Mr. Vasquez, second by Ms. Yee. Let's go to public comment.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For public comment by phone, please press 10. Madam Chair, we have no callers queuing up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's call the roll.
Chair Cohen,
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer.
Aye.
Member Gaines is absent. Member Vasquez.
Aye.
Controller Yee.
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously.
The next
Next item,
item is the
please.
special presentations. Special presentation to State Controller Betty Yee and Chair Malia M. Cohn. This matter will be presented by the Executive Director, Ms. Stowers.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and members. I am Yvette Stowers, Executive Director. I would like to take a brief moment to make a special presentation to Chair Cohen and State Controller Yee. First, I would like to recognize Chair Malia M. Cohen. Chair Cohen was first elected to this board to represent the 2nd District and its 23 counties in northern central California in November 2018, and has served for almost 4 years as a member, including 2 years as chair in 2019 and 2022. During her tenure as the Equalization District member, her notable accomplishments include leading the statewide informational hearings on modernizing the California property tax system and co-establishing the Property Tax Abatement Work Group to spur affordable housing. In addition, her leadership allowed greater access to limited non-English speaking individuals by establishing the transfer feature on the BOE's website. Chair Cohen was recently elected as the 33rd State Controller, and once again, our sincere congratulations. We are fortunate that Chair Cohen will remain on the board as an ex-official member. In honor of your service, I would like to present you with a gift.
Thank you.
But before, I would also like to make brief remarks for
The controller.
State Controller Yee. Today is State Controller Yee's last regular meeting as a member of the State Board of Equalization. And on behalf of the agency and all the employees, I would like to also thank you and recognize you for your almost 2 decades of services and leadership. Controller Yee served as a member of the State Board of Equalization for more than 18 years, 3 years as the chairwoman, 2007, 2009, and 2010. She first served as an acting member in December 2004 for the 1st Equalization District when then Chairwoman Carol Mignum was sworn into the California State Senate. She was subsequently elected November 2006 and represented the 1st District and its 21 counties in Northern and Central California for almost 8 years, 2007 to January 2015. Ms. Yee is known for her exceptional tax law knowledge and always deciding appeals impartially, objectively, and transparently. One of her greatest legacies and contributions during her tenure on the board was establishing the Open Data Portal, making essential data and information transparent and easily accessible to the public. In November 2014, Ms. Yee was elected as the 32nd State Controller and has served as an ex-official member for almost 8 years, from January 2015 to today. Throughout her tenure on the board, Controller Yee has demonstrated qualities of what is to be known as a noble public servant. Integrity, wisdom, authenticity, inspirational leadership, empathy, respect for others, commitment to solving problems, and serving all of California. Controller Yee has been one of the most consequential state controllers and constitutional officers to serve California. Thank you for your leadership, your service, your mentorship, and on a personal note, your friendship. I also have a gift for you. Chair Cohen, with your permission, I would
Please.
like to present the gifts and photo opportunities with the existing board members.
Thank you.
We'd like to go to the AT&T moderator today before we go to that portion.
Thank you. We'll take public comment.
Yes, I believe there's some people who would like to. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
To make comment, please press 1, then 0 at this time. The queue is open. To make a comment, please press 1, 0.
Does the public have a right to comment on gifts?
Madam Chair, we have no callers queuing up.
Okay, thank you very much. Ms. Stowers, my colleague, Mr. Vasquez, would like to say some remarks before the presentation. Is that okay?
Absolutely. Yes.
Yes. I'll start with our Controller, Betty Yee. I'd like to just thank you for your service, especially to myself, and I imagine my colleagues share this as well, as we came on board, all new in 2018. And I think your leadership, especially on the governance policy, I understand you were kind of the author, the key author in this back in, I guess it was 2017. And because I think that really helped us, especially after AB 102 came, to kind of guide us in terms of what we can and can't do. And I know many times, at least in that first year, it was a bit of a challenge for many of us because we were all new. None of us, we didn't have that institutional memory that you brought to the table. So I really appreciate you for that, and thank you for your service. And your institutional memory is going to be sorely missed on this board. But through your leadership and staff, and Brenda, who our former executive director, I think we did a pretty amazing job those first 2 years to kind of redirect the mission of the BOE, and now really just doing our constitutional duties. And I really appreciate that. And wish you nothing but the best moving forward. I'm sure you have bigger and better things in your future moving on. Now, to Madam Chair, it's been great serving with you these last 4 years. And I know, the two of us, we were new coming into this thing. And you took the challenge on right first year. You were dropped in as the chair. And all of us were new, and really appreciate your leadership in terms of giving us some guidance and just being open with us, because I know it was difficult for many of us because we were all new to this, and we were kind of trying to steer this ship in the right direction. And like I mentioned earlier, I think it helped that we had the controller for that institutional memory. But looking forward, but on an up note, you'll still be with us, now in a different role. And as the controller, I'm looking forward to our continued relationship and partnership as we move forward on many of the things that we started, especially on the affordable housing front and the whole modernization that you really pushed forward at the very beginning when we did our strategic planning. So looking forward to your new role and for your partnership and participation as we take, hopefully, the BOE to the next level. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Thank you. We will take a brief. Oh, you want to say something?
Yes, well, I just want to say, when I first came aboard, I was so impressed when the controller would be with us. She had so many other boards and places to be, and right after I got the nomination, she called me from Sacramento and gave me some advice and counsel on what the BOE was doing, and so I could be a more informed candidate, and that gave me some credibility I wouldn't have had otherwise. So I've just been so honored to serve with her as one of the many new people, that were on the board. as to Miss Cohen being here for the excitement of the birth of her baby, and I mean, that's something we're all so proud and excited about. Wondered why I didn't come to the board earlier in life, if knowing, what a life-changing event it could be. And I've grown in stature because of these two women being my mentors, and she picked the best people to be with us. Yvette Stowers, who's gone on to be our director. So I'm flattered to be working with giants in government. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the kind words. Now we will take a brief recess, unless the controller has remarks. Sure, let's do remarks now.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and congratulations to you. And I know we're all excited about your continuing your service on this board, but also coming in as the next Chief Fiscal Officer for the state of California. It's pretty awesome. So I wanted to just thank my colleagues. This has been a transition time for this board, and I do want to applaud all of you coming into this situation anew, not having been part of the thought process or the history of not just the institution of the Board of Equalization, but just also what people had contemplated with respect to what the future of this board would look like. And I think all of you have certainly served your constituents admirably. And I think, to your point, Mr. Vasquez, the work will continue in terms of just really trying to find, that body of work that's going to continue to be of value to our taxpayers, but certainly the relationship with our county assessors, and the work, as you say, on affordable housing, which is the number one, I think, public policy issue facing California. So to have this board weigh in on that with our jurisdiction, I think, is appropriate. I want to thank the members of the staff of this organization that also really had to experience the transition and the change with the prior Board of Equalization having been an appellate body, and which is where I did most of my work during my time here. But the caliber and the professionalism of the team here, and particularly now with our property tax experts, state assessed property, county assessed property, they really are a stellar team, and we rely on them. They are recognized as the experts throughout the state, and so just wanted to acknowledge them and all of the great work that they continue to do with all parties. To Ms. Stowers and to the executive team, thank you. And Yvette and I kind of grew up at the Board of Equalization together, so I'm very happy to see her leading this organization as the executive director, and very much know that she will continue to bring just the right amount of support that you all need to continue to do the work that you will consider a priority. I want to thank my Deputy Controllers for Tax Policy, Ms. Stowers, definitely, who has served me for my 8 years as a controller, Mr. Eppolite, who more recently joined as my Deputy Controller for Tax. Our work in the Controller's Office is beyond just the board here. Obviously, it includes the Franchise Tax Board, includes a lot of the budget-related issues affecting the tax arena, as well as looking at all the legislation that does go through the legislature that affects not just the Controller's Office and our tax programs, but also just taxation and tax policy more generally. I'll just say this about this board and what I've learned. I think the leadership lesson that I've learned from this board, and it's been a good lesson because it's what I brought to many of the other boards on which I've had the opportunity to serve as controller, and that is, the leadership, particularly sitting as a chair, and Ms. Cohen's been very collaborative here, certainly as our chair, and that is you're really the first among equals. Nobody really signs up to be a chair to, kind of want to take on more responsibility, but that's exactly what you do. But it is to say that you're first among equals, to be sure everyone has equal opportunity to participate. And I think certainly during this time of where we are trying to move to the other side of this pandemic and how we've had to transact business, Chair Cohn and Mr. Vasquez, both of you, really led that. And I think our public reach has been really beyond expectation given the environment in which we've had to work. So just really congratulations to both of you for encouraging that. And the other lesson that I will learn is that we have adversarial relationships and we have relationships that are more supportive. But at the end of the day, this is true of this board, of any board. It always has to be just conducted in terms of how we do our business with the utmost respect. And I think that is something we can all feel proud of with respect to this board. So congratulations to all of you. I will miss you. I will miss this board. It has been such a formative part of my professional development, and I will always remember this experience. Thank you.
All right, with that said, let's recess. Mr. Kitty, is it best to recess for lunch at this point?
Well, let's recess for photographs and then for our lunch hour, yes.
Okay. What time will we be reconvening? What time is it? At 1:30?
Yeah. 12, 1:30? 1:30?
All right. All right, for the members of the public, we are going to go on a brief recess for lunch and to take pictures, and we will reconvene at 1:30. Thank you. And I'd like to call the Board of Equalizations meeting back into session. It is 1:31, Tuesday, December 13th, 2022. Ms. Cicchetti, could you please remind us where we are on the agenda?
We are in the K, the other administrative matters. We're in the K items. So the first item for this afternoon is other administrative matters, Taxpayer Right Advocate Office Report, K2A, Operational Update. Update on the activities of the Taxpayers' Rights Advocate Office, including Proposition 19 education and outreach and other matters. This matter will be presented by Ms. Thompson.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I'm Lisa Thompson, Chief of the Taxpayer Rights Advocate Office, and I'm here to provide you with an update on the activities of the TRA office and also Proposition 19 education and outreach to keep you informed. First, I'd like to share with you some statistics on the number of taxpayer cases completed by the TRA office in November and provide some insight on the type of those cases. Attached to this month's public agenda is a memorandum to the Executive Office from the TRA office, reporting the number of completed and resolved cases by board member district, which distinguishes the cases between the administrative category and the valuation category, and by topics within those categories. In November 2022, we completed 17 cases. 5 were in member Gaines's district, 7 were in member Cohen's district, 3 in member Vasquez's district, and 2 in member Schaefer's district. Of the 17 cases, 2 were in the administrative category and 15 were in the valuation category. The administrative category includes topics such as creating and mailing of tax bills, refunds, penalty cancellation, defaulted taxes, special assessments, or direct levies on the property tax bills. The valuation category includes topics such as change in ownership, new construction, assessment appeals, exclusions, exemptions, actual enrollment of value, general property taxation, and refunds. So with respect to the administrative category, and it's 2 cases in total, 1 pertained to refunds and the other involved payment of property taxes. With respect to the valuation category, and it's 15 cases in total, 5 pertain to the actual enrollment of values, 3 involved change in ownership, 4 cases involved exclusions from reassessments, and 3 involved exemptions. To provide some additional insight on the specific types of exclusion exemptions, I offer the following information. For the 4 cases involving exclusions from reassessment, 3 pertained to the parent-child exclusion and 1 pertained to base year value transfers for persons age 55 and over. All of the cases occurred during the time of current law under Proposition 19. Since the change in ownership events occurred on or after the February 16, 2021 effective date of Proposition 19's intergenerational transfer exclusion provisions and the April 1st effective date for Proposition 19's base year value transfer provisions. For the 3 exemption cases, all pertain to the disabled veterans exemption. To provide some additional insight on the nature of the cases that our office works on to assist taxpayers, I offer the additional information on a case that our office worked on and how we helped the taxpayer. An example of a case that our office helped resolve involved a taxpayer that lived out of state who contacted our office about property they owned in California that had experienced increases in assessed value over the last few years. The taxpayer was concerned because the property's assessed value had increased by more than 2% a year, and they had thought increases were limited to 2% a year. Our office explained that in accordance with property tax law, under the provisions of Proposition 13, increases in assessed values were limited to 2% a year, but that was specifically to a property's factored base year value. We further explained that the assessor's office must assess property annually at the lower of a market value or factored base year value in accordance with Proposition 8, which was implemented by Revenue and Taxation Code Section 51. Our office reviewed the property's assessed values for the past several years and found that the property had been assessed at market value below its factored base year value under a decline in value Proposition 8 status until 2022, when the factored base year value was again reinstated as its assessed value in accordance with property tax law. We help the taxpayer understand that when a property is assessed at market value below its factored base year value, then the increase is not limited to 2% a year. Therefore, the assessor was not doing anything wrong when it assessed the increase beyond that 2%. We explained that a property's factored base year value is based on a taxpayer's purchase price multiplied by an annual inflation factor that our agency publishes, which sets the upper limit on the assessed value. At no time can a property be assessed at higher than its factored base year value. We confirmed for the taxpayer that the 2022 assessed value was in fact the factored base year value by using his purchase price and applying our published inflation factors since the year of his purchase. We also explained to the taxpayer that if he felt the market value of the property was less than the assessed value, that he could contact the assessor's office and request a formal appeal of that property's value, or he could file a assessment appeal formally disputing that value. We directed the taxpayer to our agency's publication 29 that provides an overview of California property taxation and includes a section concerning the limitations of Proposition 13. We also directed the taxpayer to resources on our website that would assist him in the appeal process if he chose to go that route. Excuse me. The next item I'd like to report to keep the members informed is work on the Proposition 19 education and outreach for taxpayers. As you are aware, our office worked with the communications officer, Mr. Peter Kim, to develop a Proposition 19 fact sheet. It was first issued in February 2021 and then revised on April 1st, 2022. In June 2022, that fact sheet was translated to Spanish and posted to our agency's website. I am pleased to inform you that the Prop 19 fact sheet is now available in Chinese. The Chinese version was made available at the end of November 2022, and the fact sheet is published and available on the BOE's website under the additional resources area of the Proposition 19 dedicated webpage, and also available through our agency's publication page. I'm going to take this time also to address Member Vasquez's question that he had during Ms. Renati's remarks under the K item 1C on Proposition 19. So Member Vasquez asked about the translation of information sheets into other languages, the TRA office information sheets. At this time, the TRA office has 4 of its information sheets that have been translated to Spanish. That is the parent-child transfer exclusion as well as the grandparent-grandchild exclusion under current law of Proposition 19 as well as prior law. So 4 information sheets have been translated to Spanish. The next step will be to translating the remaining information sheets into Spanish, specifically information sheets for the base year value transfer for persons age 55 and over, as well as for disabled persons. So, and again, there are four remaining that will be translated because they address, again, the time period of current law as also transactions occurring under prior law, since transactions are still being processed by assessor's office and filed by claimants. So, so that addresses that. At future board meetings, the TRA office will provide further updates to keep you informed on the activities of the TRA office. I'm available. Any questions at this time?
Colleagues, any questions? Senator Gaines.
Yeah, if I could, just, and maybe this would be a question to our executive director, but it would be nice, it'd be helpful, at least for me, and I want my board members' input, but if we could break these cases out in terms of the number of Prop 19 related cases, and you've done that in this particular presentation, but it looks like there were 4 cases that were Prop 14 related that were presented just now, and that would provide some clarity in my mind in terms of how many of these questions are being raised through the taxpayer rights advocate that are Prop 19 related. If we would know that as a matter of routine in our presentations monthly, it'd be helpful, at least for me.
If I understand, I'm sorry, I just wanted to get a clarification from you. So, as are you referring to those contacts made with the TRA office? Okay,
That's right.
so I
Yeah,
did.
this was
So I
the
did.
office.
I do break them down. Actually, the number of exclusions. I try to give you the number of exclusions that are pertaining to like base year value transfers for seniors, and then base year values for disabled persons, as well as
Yes.
the exclusions for parent-child, grandparent-grandchild, as well as to break them down for those that are applying under or pertain under current law of Proposition 19, as well as for prior law. Historically, in past reports, at least from my memory, there has been a mix. But for this month, for the completed cases in November, they all pertain to Proposition 19. So there weren't any.
Okay.
So in future meetings, if they do pertain to prior law, then I will go ahead
that's great.
and reflect that.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
that.
I'll try to be a little more clear on that. Thanks. Anyone? Yes.
Just a quick question. You kind of hit it, and you mentioned the language, but I wasn't sure if you were looking at other languages as well.
So the communications officer and I would work together to do that. He is actually kind of coordinating with our service provider on the translation. So for Proposition 19 fact sheet, both the Spanish and Chinese versions were published, and he coordinated with the service provider to do that. At this time, our focus is to first translate the existing information sheets that are published currently in English into Spanish, and then we would look at that. But the importance is, to kind of have those out in Spanish first, so they're all, all of those languages.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
What is it you translate into both English and Spanish?
So the taxpayer rights advocate information sheets that we have on the taxpayer rights advocate page, all of those kind of information sheets, they provide general information about various property tax topics and the requirements for different exclusions and how to apply for them. And we have them currently on the TRA office that address various exclusions under Proposition 19 current law as well as prior law, but mostly, so those information sheets,
What if
4 of
somebody
them have
had
been
a
translated.
request for Filipino? Would you have somebody that could talk to them about it, or?
We don't have anyone in our staff that could talk to anyone about that, but for translating them, we in the TRA office, so we worked on the English version, but any translation services, that would be done through our service provider to do that. We don't do that
Sure,
ourselves.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for the presentation.
We're just going to go out to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item?
For comment by phone, please press 1, then 0 at this time. Madam Chair, we have no callers in queue.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation and summary.
The next item on the agenda is Property Tax Deputy Director's Report, K3A Operational Updates. Report on the status of pending and upcoming projects, activities, and departmental issues, including Prop 19 implementation, actions and guidance, letters to assessors, appraisal training and certification, and state assessed property. These items will be presented by Mr. Young and his team.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and
Yes.
members of the board. Once again, David Young, Deputy Director of the Property Tax Department. So today I'll start out with the implementation of Prop 19 updates, followed by Ms. Schultz and Mr. McCool for following reports. For this month, with your action in November, it basically wraps up pretty much our implementation process of Prop 19. With your action, we have submitted the 2 property tax rules, 462.250, 462.520 and .540 to the Office of Administrative Law for their review and approval. We're expecting it to be approved and effective in the middle of January. So we're waiting on that as it goes through the process. With that, we shift our primary focus now to the administration of Prop 19. The board has already implemented much of it. We are now we got fully operational our clearinghouse function. As you well know, the base year transfer is limited to a 3-time benefit. We have already set up the system to track that 3 times and reporting to the assessors as it comes up. We are also spending much time now answering calls from stakeholders, taxpayers, assessors, both written and phone and via the internet. And we continue reviewing our written guidance and updating and monitoring our dedicated webpage to Prop 19. So with that, that should wrap up my report on Prop 19 implementation. And now we're just basically shifting on to regular work for Prop 19. I'm available for any questions you may have.
Well, we've been talking about Prop 19 for
Yeah.
several years now.
Yeah.
I think, I'm not sure if you were in the chamber, but there was a woman that called during public comment on one of the earlier items, talking about how still there is bad information, misinformation out there on Prop 19 on platforms like Nextdoor. That's what she cited in
Yeah.
the conversation.
Yeah.
So, although we've talked about it probably in nauseam, and we're probably one of the most knowledgeable folks about the legislation, there's still taxpayers that don't have the information, and so it sounds like our work is still cut out for us and still work for us to do still work ahead of us to do. You know what I'm saying?
No,
Sorry
you're-
about that. You'll have to clean that up. But I guess the point that I'm really trying to drive is we've come a long way, but there's still much further we must go.
You're absolutely correct. It has been a long implementation road. We've done a lot in putting out guidance, promulgating rules, and answering calls.
Yeah.
But there is still bad information out there. I would point folks, if you want authoritative information, please look at our website and to look at your local county assessors' websites. They're a lot more reliable. So,
Are all 58 county assessors' websites uniform with the information, or do they just link to the BOE site as it relates to Prop 19?
I wouldn't say they're uniform, they're not, but they do link to ours, and some of them do actually have their own information out there. They have their own Q&A, their own questions and answers. So it does run the gamut, but it is the more reliable of the websites out there.
Right.
I would much rather they visit them than next door neighbor.
All right. Next
Thank
door,
you.
you're
Of
right.
course.
All right, thank you. Mr. Keddy, did we take public comment on this item?
Let's finish the
Oh.
remainder of the reports from the Property Tax Division.
Yes. My apologies, teammates. You ready?
Schultz?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable board members. I'm Glenna Schultz, Principal Property Appraiser in the County Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide you with a brief report on letters to assessors. Attached to the agenda this month is a memo on letters to assessors, which provides a list of the LTAs that have been issued since our last board meeting. In addition, the memo provides a link to the BOE's website where a list of all LTAs can be found that have been issued to date. As of the date of the attached memo, BOE staff had issued a total of 54 LTAs for calendar year 2022, and 3 of those LTAs have been issued since our last board meeting. Those 3 LTAs are summarized as follows: an LTA to issue an assessment sampling report for Butte County, an LTA that announces proposed changes to Property Tax Rule 192, audit selection, that conforms the rule to a statutory change, and an LTA that announces the sunset date extension of the active solar energy new construction exclusion. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the staff of the County Assessed Properties Division for their work in writing and issuing the LTAs, especially those that have statutory deadlines. This concludes my report on letters to assessors, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Quick questions for Ms. Schultz, Mr. Gaines, anyone? Anyone? No? No questions. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now provide a brief report on the BOE's appraisal training and certification program. Since our last board meeting, we have taught 3 more classes of our most requested courses. So far, during calendar year 2022, we have taught 25 classes and trained a total of 549 students. During 2022-23, we have 33 classes scheduled, both in person and virtual. In addition to these classes, we will be hosting 2 3-hour workshops, one on mineral property and one on taxable possessory interests. These workshops will be hosted via Teams and should be able to accommodate several hundred students. We also continue to offer our existing online training courses available through American River College and California State University, Sacramento, as well as our online courses available on the BOE's website, plus our self-study training sessions also available on the BOE's website. With this combination of different types of teaching formats being offered and utilizing more staff from other sources, we anticipate being able to far surpass the number of courses offered and the number of students taught in recent years. And I would like to take this opportunity to thank our staff for completing the courses that they have and working hard to present more courses than we have before. This concludes my report on training and certification, and I'm available to answer any questions you may have.
Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, just a clarification in terms of the number of classes offered this year. I know we've been doing more, so are we at a high point in terms of the number of classes offered?
We'll have to look at our staff, what we can offer, and also what the needs of assessors are. Because in the springtime, we'll be sending out a needs request
Sure.
for counties to report, and we'll analyze that
There you
when
go.
scheduling our next year's classes.
Right, but it's my understanding we've offered more classes this year
Yes.
than we have in the past.
Yes, we have.
And I don't know if that's a record.
If
I don't know how far back we can go historically,
If
but
I may-
I know it's a high number, so I just wanted to highlight that.
Sure. Thank you very much for pointing that out.
So thank you, yeah.
If I may just add, it is actually a high point for us. We've offered the most classes that we have in many, many years. And to be quite frank, I think we're almost hitting to the point where we're almost saturating how many people are in our classes. I know we go up and down with our enrollment, and it has a lot to do with, of course, right now it's holiday season and when work is scheduled around the assessor's offices. But for all practical measures, we only have about 7 months, 7 or 8 months where we can offer classes where there are people willing to take them. So we're getting real close to hitting our max. So
Keep up the good work. Thank you.
thank you, of course.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Ms. Schultz.
Thank you.
Mr. McCool.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and all honorable members. My name is Jack McCool, Chief of the State Assessed Properties Division. Today, I will provide information on the status of ongoing work in our division. This month concludes SAPD's work on petitions for this year. After the board's action on the petition items earlier today, 18 petitions have come before the board for action during the 2022 appeal season. I would like to take a moment to thank our partners in the legal department for all of their hard work and collaboration during this year's appeal season. I know I appreciate it very much, and I know my entire unitary staff, unitary appraisal staff appreciates their cooperation as well. Additionally, I would like to acknowledge and thank the Board Proceedings Division's appeals team for their work that they have done these last few months to ensure that the appeals season and our processes are all go smoothly. So I want to thank that group as well. Now that petition work is complete, SAPD will be bringing completed audits before the board in the early months of 2023. Staff spent the summer and fall months of 2022 conducting financial audits of state assessees, and audits that will result in a recommended change in value must go before the board for your consideration. Assessees always receive a copy of the completed audit report and audit findings and are given an additional opportunity to present information in response to the audit findings prior to any audit appearing on the board's agenda. Assessees will also receive notification when the board has taken action on any audit findings. SAPD staff are also currently in the final stages of updating the annual property statement forms and instructions. This involves collaboration with the Forms and Publication Unit at CDTFA. The final electronic version of the forms and instructions will be placed on our website and will be made ADA accessible. Each assessee will be mailed a hard copy of their applicable forms and instructions in late December, with the forms due back to our office on March 1st of next year. As this is the last board meeting of 2022, I'd like to take a moment to thank each member of the State Assessed Properties Division for their dedication and professionalism, and I want them to know that I appreciate all that they do for the state of California. That concludes my monthly report on activities in the State Assessed Properties Division, and I'm available to answer any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, any questions for, yes, Mr. Vasquez?
Just a quick one, and it actually goes back to Ms. Schultz, when you're talking about the LTA, I believe it was 54 on active solar exemption. Because we got a call on that, but that's not pertaining to homeowners. It's actually commercial, right? Is that true?
It's any type of property that adds an active solar energy system. The bill extended the extension date for another 2 years. So that new construction exclusion applies for another 2 years.
But it does cover residential as well as commercial? Oh, okay.
Yes, it
Yes.
does.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
I'm going to go out to the AT&T moderator to see if we have any comments. AT&T moderator, do we have anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item?
To make a comment, please press 1, then 0 on your phone's keypad. Madam Chair, we have no callers queuing up.
Okay.
All righty, the next item on the agenda is Legislative Research and Statistics Division Chief's Report, K4A, 2022 Property Tax Legislation Bulletin, a summary of property tax legislation signed by the governor during the 2022 legislative year. This item will be presented by Mr. Weatherby.
So good afternoon, Chair Cohen, Vice Chair Schaefer, and honorable members of the board. This is Dustin Weatherby, Chief of the Legislative Research and Statistics Division. So attached to the public agenda notice, I have provided the board with the 2022 BOE's Property Tax Legislative Bulletin. This bulletin is released annually in December by the division and posted publicly on the BOE's website under the LRSD homepage and enacted legislation tab, along with previous property tax bulletins. This item is not traditionally presented in a public forum, but was placed on the agenda as requested by the board. So the 2022 Property Tax Legislative Bulletin is a collection of the final analyses released by the BOE for all property tax legislation signed by the governor in 2022. This includes the bill's summary, the legislative history, BOE comments, and any potential revenue or fiscal impacts to the agency. Additionally, the bulletin provides a statutory index of the RTC code sections which have been affected and when bills signed by the governor take effect. So in other legislative news, the legislature convened on Monday, December 5th for the 2023-24 organizational session where members of the legislature were sworn in. This date also coincides with the governor's special session on gasoline prices. To date, no bills have been introduced that affect the BOE or any of its programs, and more bills are not expected to be introduced until the legislature reconvenes on Wednesday, January 4th for the full session. So before I conclude my comments, I would also like to thank my talented team members in the LRSD division who do a lot of the work that you get in front of your desk and your offices receive. That goes from revenue estimates for all these legislative analysis to calculating the 4R ratio and the private railroad car tax, and also a lot of the surveys and sampling work is also done by my division. So I like to take the time and commend them for the great work this year. So with that, That will conclude my update, and I'm available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Vasquez has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Weatherby, on that. And as I was looking at the report, it kind of struck me that 4 out of the 6 bills passed dealt with applying property tax exemptions to affordable housing, which is a great testimony, I guess, to the legislators looking at property tax as a critical part of the solution for the housing crisis that we've been dealing with in our hearing as well. And I'm just wondering, moving forward, because I think it was AB 1206 and AB 2651 and AB 1933, all were hurdles that the governor signed on that I think are going to help in terms of kind of expediting and creating some exemptions for those that are interested in working on the affordable housing front, especially the developers. And I noticed you mentioned in the report too that I guess SB 4 last week was brought back by Senator Wiener up here, that I think he's introduced it a couple times and hasn't gone through, hasn't been passed, but he's looking at it again, which would create, I guess would allow religious institutions that are sitting on properties that are currently exempt, but if they section off a portion of it, like, for example, it says surface parking lot, they could repurpose that for housing and still qualify for the exemption, if it passes. I guess he's proposing this. And I don't know what your thoughts are on that, but I think it makes a lot of sense, and I'm sure you're going to be tracking that, so we'll probably be hearing about that hopefully in January when it comes back, when they come back in session.
Yeah, so I haven't looked at the bill's language. I believe the code sections it's touching doesn't necessarily deal with RTC Section 214 under the welfare exemption. So I would have to look more in depth on that. And then obviously if it did affect the welfare exemption, then we would do a legislative analysis of the bill. So unless it touches that code section directly, then I don't know if it would be tracked by the BOE.
Okay. And I think unlike the previous times he introduced it, I think he learned from the previous ones that now I think he looks like he's going to try to get feedback a lot sooner rather than later. So I'm hoping at some point he reaches out to our office as well.
I think that if the senator's watching, I think he'll duly note that.
Thank you.
Any questions on this side? No?
Yeah, I would only emphasize, I agree completely with Tony, and we can be proactive on it as a board in terms of tracking it and things of that nature. So whatever the will is of you and the board in terms of what you want to do.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you.
Well, let's go.
Public comment.
Excuse me. Let's go to the moderator to see if we have any comments. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
To make comment, please press 10 on your phone's keypad. Madam Chair, we have no callers in queue.
Thank you.
Ready, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Let's go to, I want to call L2, the next item, please.
Yes.
Thank you.
Take an item out of order.
Yes.
The item is L2, Board Member Initiatives. L2A, Board Member Strategic Plan Updates. Quarterly report on priorities, actions, and progress related to the goals of the Board Member Strategic Plan. Specifically, the Executive Director will report out on the agency-wide assessment conducted to determine whether the agency has the resources and infrastructure necessary to fulfill the workload requirements.
Could I ask what happened to new matters? Do we just go?
We're skipping around on the agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yvette Stoller, Executive Director. Prior to the Taxpayer Transparency and Fairness Act of 2017, or AB 102, the BOE was an agency of 4,000-plus employees. Post AB 102, the agency was funded at 193 employees. As part of the board members' 2020-22 strategic plan, the board directed the executive director to conduct an assessment of the agency to determine whether the agency had the resources and infrastructure necessary to fulfill its workload, and to develop a plan of action to address any resources and infrastructure gaps. The assessment was completed and the plan of action was implemented to ensure the agency and the necessary resources and infrastructure. Members, as you are aware, over the last 4 years, the executive management team has reported on the many achievements realized in our rebuilding efforts as part of our regular operational updates at board meetings. For today's report, I would like to highlight some of our findings and next steps. Starting with the property tax department. Property tax. There was no change in the staffing levels to the property tax department as a result of AB 102. The number of positions remained the same at 116. Of note, after the restructure in 2017, the property tax department experienced a significant number of retirements, mainly experienced leaders and staff in key tax program roles. In state government, every 10 years or so, most agencies experience larger than normal retirements. It just happens to be that for the BOE, our retirement coincides with AB 102. As a result, the department experienced a high vacancy rate and loss of institutional knowledge. Over the past 2 years, the property tax department has filled most of the vacant positions, including those in key program roles. The department is dedicated to mentorship and training of the new staff so that we can ensure they reach journey and expert level skill sets. Additionally, as part of our assessment activities, we have identified issues with the current appraisal position series. The issues involve outdated classification compared to current needs and responsibilities. To address the issues, we have hired a consultant to conduct a study of the appraisal classification issues. The study will address the noted issues, assist with standardization of duty statements across multiple sections, possible classification restructuring. The expected completion date of the study is the first or second quarter of 2023. Legal department. After the restructuring of the agency, the legal department was significantly understaffed as we were only allocated 3 attorney positions. Over the past 4 years, the gap was addressed by expanding the legal department to include 14 additional employees, including support staff. Our current assessment shows that there may be a need to expand the department with additional staff. Staff is working on gathering the data for a conceptual budget change proposal to be submitted in the future. Administrative and support services. Post-restructuring, BOE had no executive-level administrative management and support staff. No one was there to prepare, coordinate, communicate, and track BOE's responsibilities regarding human resources, contracts, facilities, accounting, and budgeting. To address the gap, the BOE Support Service Division was established. The manager of this division reports directly to an executive-level chief with 7 subordinated employees. The staff of the Support Service Division includes senior analysts with specific experience and skill sets in HR, human resources, contracts, budgets, and these individuals liaison with other professional staff at CDTFA to complete the necessary administrative function for BOE. The remaining support staff perform other administrative tasks to support the agency. Board Proceedings Division. After the restructuring, a review of the Board Proceeding Division indicated that additional staffing was needed to efficiently manage the duties of the division. The gaps were addressed by creating an executive-level chief to oversee board proceedings and support services. Additional positions included creating and hiring a clerk of the board with long-standing experience to act in the lead capacity over the division. Upgrade to vacant positions to higher level senior analysts, recruitment of another hearing reporter, and the establishment of positions needed to a total of 9 positions. It should be noted that during the last 4 years, including during the lockdown of COVID, the division continued to ensure that the BOE held the mandatory monthly board meetings and held our property tax appeals in a timely fashion. This was mainly due to the modernization efforts which we have taken on, mainly our hybrid meetings that we're currently doing today. Due to various public meetings, board work group meetings, and public policy hearings, there is likely a need to augment the board proceedings division staff by a couple of positions. Again, we're gathering the data and we'll do a conceptual BCP in the future. Technology. Currently, many of the board's property tax information technology systems are based on programs that was developed in the 1990s. While functional, they are in dire need of updates before they become obsolete. Additionally, modernizing the BOE technology will provide greater efficiencies and better use of time and resources. To mitigate this gap, we have begun an in-depth information technology modernization project to modernize our services on an enterprise basis. We're currently in phase 1, the business requirement process and documentation for board role program. This stage is estimated to be completed first quarter of calendar year 2023. As funding needs for the steps are identified, we again will submit a BCP. With technology projects, we would go slow. Crawl, walk, run. We don't want to expend millions of dollars on a technology project and it failed. So we'll follow our sister agency, crawl, walk, run.
Which sister agency?
FTB. That's their
Okay,
phrase.
that's a good example. We have some other sisters that aren't so good,
Yeah.
example-wise.
Yeah. I'm going to follow their program,
Okay.
crawl, walk, run. Conclusion, members, the agency's 5-year strategic plan includes rebuilding, revitalizing, and modernizing efforts. With the board's guidance and leadership over the past 4 years, the agency has completed our rebuilding efforts, ensuring we have the needed infrastructure and effectively administer our tax programs. Now, as we look to the future, we will devote our time and activities towards revitalization and modernization efforts of our systems and process, invest in our subject matter experts, explore greater efficiencies, and I think this is the one that you're all going to enjoy, enrich our taxpayers' education and outreach duties. We look forward to sharing our successes with you in the future, and we'll keep you appraised. That concludes my report. I'm available to answer any questions that you may have. And I hope this is the last time I have to talk about AB 102. Thank you.
Mr. Vasquez, is there anything that you want to say? Thank you for your presentation, Ms. Stowers.
Just one quick,
Go ahead.
on this, first of all, thank you for your in-depth report on this. And I'm just wondering, since we have a new member that's going to join us in January, which obviously you haven't had the opportunity to sit with, I was wondering if it made sense, at least, I guess, in the next month or two, to obviously check in with Ms. Sally Lieber and see what her thoughts on ideas as she's coming into this new role in terms of giving some input, and because she's also coming out of her experience as the assembly, and I'm wondering how or what your thoughts are on incorporating that down the road to try to be as comprehensive as possible, because it sounds like you got some real good feedback from us so far.
First, I am going to be meeting with her and give her a significant amount of time getting her up to speed on what we've been doing for the past 4 years. So she will be aware. I'm going to imagine, I don't want to speak for the board, but I'm imagining that you guys might want to update your strategic goals next year.
Exactly.
And from there, we'll move forward. I would keep everyone informed, just as before. And then I know if you guys have any particular items that you would like us to pursue, we will. But I have been hearing you loud and clear as far as education for the taxpayers and other stakeholders.
I think we're on the same page.
Okay, just to back up a minute. So we're talking about this because the Board of Equalization, we are on the pathway to achieving goals that we all collectively agreed to in June of 2020. Have restated these goals in March of 2022 and at the quarterly board, at the board meeting. And one of the things that we agreed upon was to have quarterly report outs. And the executive director was talking about these goals that we laid out. And I volunteered to be responsible for goals 1 and 2 and of the strategic plan. And I wanted to just kind of share with you where I am on these goals. So I stated on many occasions that 6 years ago our agency was certainly left on the way I describe it as left on life support. And despite such action, every member on this body has showed up every day to make sure that we administer a complex $86 billion property tax system in a very fair, transparent, thoughtful, and efficient manner. And I applaud the work of the staff, and I want each of them to know that we appreciate and value the contributions that they've made to this agency. We've had a lot of transition, including an executive director, filling vacant positions, people retiring. And so it's been a lot of transition. In order to make good on our commitment, we agreed to achieve Goal 1 and Goal 2 in our strategic plans. And just as a recap, Goal 1 stated to ensure that the board's constitutional mandates are being performed in the most cost-effective, efficient, and timely manner with the 58 elected assessors and California taxpayers at the forefront. Goal number 2 stated for us to establish and meet workload priorities and provide direction for members to achieve statewide objectives and a workload in a manner that ensures maximum transparency and opportunity for discussion. So today, I'd like to just provide a report out on Goal 1, and the key action item associated with Item 1 states clearly that the agency had the resources and the infrastructure necessary to fulfill its workload. The second point is to accomplish this key action step. Our strategic plan directed the executive director to conduct an assessment of the agency to determine whether the agency has the resources and infrastructure necessary to fulfill this workload. And this is somewhat still of a work in progress. The third point to supporting Goal 1 is we directed the executive director to provide the board a report on the outcomes of the assessment and the recommendations on addressing the resources and infrastructure gaps. So, Ms. Stowers, you've made your presentation, right?
Yes.
Yes, I thought you, okay. So I wanted just to acknowledge that and thank you for working on these deliverables. And so, colleagues, I would just say that I'm going to continue to work with Ms. Stowers on this assessment as we go into 2023. And we'll be discussing a few more administrative and programmatic gaps that exist. And let me give you some examples of what I mean. I want to make sure that the agency has management level expertise and support in the areas of the budget, information technology, facilities, and human resources. I would like to make sure that the agency is able to launch a comprehensive education and training initiative, which is a request that we have heard repeatedly from assessors. And then third and finally, make sure that the agency is able to provide assessors comprehensive depreciation and valuation guidance and schedules across all industries. And these are just to highlight three. So colleagues, I think we still have our work cut out for us. I am very pleased with the progress that we have gone through and look forward to the updated assessment report out. And I wanted to see if my colleagues had any questions on anything. Yes, Mr. Vasquez.
First of all, thank you, Madam Chair, for the excellent review on what we started. I guess it's been a couple of years now. And I kind of shared this in a memo that I shot out yesterday, but I'd like to say that, or at least bring out a couple of these points in public here, and that is that these past 4 years have really been an amazing chapter, I think, in our lives, as we started this new BOE version, I guess. And I'm really humbled, and I look back at 2019, when we were both newly elected here, all of us, in this position of responsibility for the 10 million people we each represent within our districts, in which you touched on. I had 70 billion, but I guess you said it's $86 billion, which is a little more on the tax system, which I was hopeful that we would be able to work together and make a difference for the state. But quickly, I'd like to just highlight three of the major ones, and I'm sure many of you, my colleagues, have others that we should probably include as well. But the first one that comes to mind is, I think each one of us have been committed to meet the expectations of the public who elected us and the laws that govern us, including some new laws that were restrictive. We developed a collective commitment to integrity as a body, and we place collective commitment to the integrity of the governance policy that we all agreed upon to live with. The second one was we took every opportunity to establish successful relationships with the external partners at all levels, the assessors and clerks, the election officials, the legislators, the governor's office, the community colleges that we've looked at, and moving forward with some of our partners who participated and presented their expertise as we moved on several of these hearings that we had. And I guess the third one was we each developed huge respect for the executive director, Brenda, who helped us guide us through this as we were managing the agency staff. We learned that the culture of the BOE is built on the employees' hard work, years of knowledge and dedication to our common purpose. And I think we became the strongest advocate for employee training, enhanced classification and promotional opportunities and recruitment, as you shared with us already, what's been accomplished these last 4 years. So I'm really grateful for the privilege of serving again on such a strong and collective board, and looking forward as we embrace our new member that's going to join us, the member Sally Lieber in 2023, and then the opportunity to continue to work with our current chair, but now as the new controller, who will have the opportunity to sit with us as well. And wanted to thank you again, and looking forward to this new chapter.
Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Stowers. Does that complete your presentation?
That concludes my presentation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Keddy, let's just go to public comment if we might.
We're still under new matters, aren't we?
Yes, we are. Did you have something you wanted to add?
Yes, I did.
Oh, Mr. Keddy, before you do that, we'll hear from Mr. Schaefer.
Well, first of all, I echo all the progress we made and all we've learned, but I like to rattle some cages, too. I think the board has become too capitalized. We've had 100% of our monthly meetings here in Sacramento, and the law does not require that. They require that we meet every month. I am asking Chair Vasquez, Vice Chair Vasquez, former Vice Chair, to join me, and adopting our governance code, which says that 1 out of 3 meetings shall be in Sacramento. It opens it up to have 2 of our 3 meetings every quarter outside of Sacramento, and I understand from former board member that's present that in the past they did meet in Southern California. I think we should meet twice every 3 months in Los Angeles County or San Diego County or San Diego County. We have a nice meeting room at the airport in San Diego that we've met in. I think it's important for transparency purposes that we open up everybody living south of Fresno to have easy access to the board. They should not have to get on an airplane to come say hello to us. And on behalf of everybody in District 3, which is Los Angeles County, and everybody in District 4, which is all of Riverside, all of Orange, half of San Bernardino, all of San Diego, and all of Imperial, I want to be a couple hours drive away from them when I have a meeting. So we are going to meet in Sacramento once every 3 months if I have anything to do with it. And furthermore, I don't think it's any of the public's business where we meet or when we meet. We've changed our time from 9 o'clock in the morning to 10 o'clock in the morning without asking anybody except ourselves. We've have our meeting on Tuesday, and I don't think the public decided that for us. These are not Bagdad-Keene acts. And if we decide to meet in San Diego, the public is welcome to come, but they're not going to make that decision. It's going to be made by 3 of the 5 of us. So I am losing Gary Gardner, my very fine chief of staff. He is going to work for Sally Lieber, our new member, starting in January. So I'm having to do his job right now and squawk about some of these things. I'm losing Sue Blake, who's been a 35-year lawyer for the state and has been my chief legal counsel for all 4 years and done a tremendous job, and she's retiring, and we're going to do a resolution. And you know, I squawk about the fact that our resolutions aren't that exciting that we give to our people. They look like your personnel record out of the personnel office, and you've got to jazz this up with a little humor, like Sue Blake rides a bicycle to work, and she's chairman of a lot of organizations here. She's president of the Republican Party, and I'm a big Democrat, but that proves us that our job is nonpartisan. We get along with everybody. So I just want you to know that I would move that we invite our executive director to explore for 2023, having 2 out of 3 meetings in Southern California someplace, and that we will formalize it when she comes up with a recommendation. Tony?
I wanted to hear from our executive director because I thought we had this conversation a couple of years ago, and I'm sure our executive director will fill us in. And I know it was an issue of logistics and just the whole taping, which I support, trying to move them, but if it's at a cost, it may not be financially
My thought is
feasible.
it would save money because it wouldn't be all the airplane travel for you and I up here the state pays for, and they don't have to come down to Sacramento, to Orange County or San Diego County. They can appear telephonically, video screen. Our busy staff here, I like to see our great people in person and shake hands and whatnot with them, but I'll put up with putting with them 2 out of every 3 meetings on video because they look so good on video and they do so good on video.
Ms. Dowers, before you respond, Mr. Gaines wants to speak.
Yeah, just on this issue, I appreciate what you've brought forward, Member Schaefer, and I think we could explore it, and I think Member Vasquez is right, asking the right questions too in terms of expense, but I don't think we have to have all of our meetings here in Sacramento, but I think we also have to look at the impact of staffing, because I think that's the bigger issue, not the expense of members having to fly any particular place for a meeting, but having all the infrastructure that then has to go with it. And it has been a while since we've been in Southern California, so I think we should explore that, and we probably should have, a meeting in your district, Member Schaefer, and Member Vasquez in your district. I'm just not convinced it has to be 2/3 of the meetings
I'll take one-third.
Due to the logistics, but I don't know why we couldn't do that on a smaller scale.
I'd like to mention that it's not just the transparency to let the voters and the taxpayers have easy access to us, but the San Diego Union and the LA Times, I think
Okay,
they
hold on,
ignore
hold on,
us.
hold on, time out.
And if-
Wait, Mr. Schaefer, hold on, because you're actually off the agenda topic. We are actually on item L2.
Okay, I'm
We're not
sorry.
on new matters. We're
I
not
just-
on L1.
I'd just like to say the newspapers would pay more attention to us in Orange County
Thank
and
you.
in LA County, and maybe interviewed you and all of us. We'd be of news interest in those Southern California counties if we'd meet there once in a while. Thank you.
So we're just going to go back to L2.
Could I make a final comment? Not on this issue. On the issue before us
L2?
with the presentation by
Yes, please.
Executive Director Stauer. So I just wanted to weigh in briefly, but yeah, I'm very excited actually for the BOE and the progress that's been made over the course of the last 4 years. And we have achieved a lot of our goals. We have more to do, I think, particularly in the communication arena, but we can get on that for next year. Certainly the housing issue, I'm glad that that was explored, but I think there's maybe still opportunity there working with the legislature. And I think it's, it's an honor to serve on this board and have that opportunity to have interaction with our constituents and be able to represent them. It's unique, it's unique here in California, but we've gone through this very difficult transition. We've come through the other side of it. And I think things are hitting on all cylinders. I think it's I'm really encouraged by the progress that's been made, and looking forward to the next 4 years and working with our controller.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Eberleit.
Madam Chair, I just wanted to comment on Mr. Schaefer's comment. I believe the proper time to have addressed the board's calendar for 2023 would have been back in September when we adopted the board calendar for 2023, and that would have been the time to have looked forward into 2023, but I believe it was September when we adopted our calendar for next year. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay.
Do you want me to comment on any of that, or just?
No, I don't think you need to comment on it.
Just thank you very much, board members. It's been a great year. And I've been saying thank you a lot, but I don't believe I said thank you. Thank you to all the BOE employees. You guys are excellent superstars. A lot of you guys I know you guys watch the meetings. And for those who sit in the auditorium, thank you, thank you, thank you. And we'll address meeting location at another time.
Thank you. All right, let's just take a quick 5-minute break. I
Just want to put for the record that the motion that Mr. Schaefer had said has failed for a lack of a second. So I just wanted to put it on the record.
Thank you for putting that on the record. We're going to take a break for 5 minutes, and we will reconvene at 2:40. Thank you. Good afternoon. Okay, here we are. Let's reconvene. Ms. Cicchetti, let's get back to our agenda. We completed the L2 item. I don't believe we took public comment on this item.
We normally don't take them on board items.
Thank you for the reminder.
Unless you wanted to,
All
a
right.
specific reason.
Okay, thank you. So let's go to L3.
Okay. Item L3, Board Work Group Reports. L3A, Property Tax Abatement. Adoption of Property Tax Abatement, Work Group Minutes, and Overview of the Board Work Group Report.
Thank
The
you.
minutes of the meeting were attached to the public agenda notice for your consideration.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, the speaker card that I have, it's for this L3 item, is that
Yes,
correct?
I think we'll take a motion, and then we could take our public comments.
Okay. All right. Well, I just want to acknowledge that we have the Honorable Claude Parrish with us in the chamber this afternoon, who will be speaking on this item
Yes.
after our very brief presentation.
yes.
Former board member.
Yes. Former board member, Mr. Claude Parrish, the assessor for Orange County. Welcome back. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, the Property Tax Abatement Work Group examined the feasibility of using property tax abatements as a tool to incentivize the development of housing in California. Again, this is for those that we are officially calling the missing middle. Everything okay, Ms. Towers?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. And this agenda item provided an opportunity for the board to adopt work group meeting minutes and provide a brief update on the work group final report. And so I'd like to begin by providing just a brief update on that final report. Mr. Vasquez and I certainly remain committed to releasing the final report no later than the first quarter in 2023. We appreciate our partners with the Bay Area Council, Ms. Stowers, you and your staff. The BOE executive team have been incredible, and we acknowledge your contributions in finalizing this report. Colleagues, unless you have any questions regarding the final report, I'd just like to proceed with adopting the work group meeting minutes, which you've had an opportunity to review. And I just wanted to check in to see if there's any questions for the meeting minutes. Seeing none on my left, none on my right, perfect. Then I'd like to make a motion to adopt the work group meeting minutes. Is there a second?
So moved.
All right, adoption has been motioned by Malia Cohen and second by Mr. Tony Vasquez. Thank you very much for that. Ms. Cicchetti, just in terms of procedures, maybe we should take public comment, dispense of this item, and then we'll take the vote. How does that sound?
That sounds great.
Okay. Does Mr. Vasquez have anything he'd like to add?
I was just going to thank you and your
Okay.
staff for the excellent, as I was looking at the minutes, for the detail and sufficient
Yeah.
information that was prepared by your staff. Just wanted to thank them.
I'm glad you mentioned that because I was going to do it after the vote, but
Wow, okay.
my staff has just been absolutely outstanding to work with.
Very accurate.
Very accurate. Oftentimes we have had, I don't want to call them fights, but disagreements on meeting minutes, but just want to recognize the talent of John Thiela on the staff, who was very instrumental in pulling together these accurate meeting minutes. Also recognizing Hasib Emran and Regina Evans, who kind of oversees the coordination of all of my staff. So thank you very much, team. I appreciate you guys making me look good. And if there are no other conversations, let's go ahead and take public comment.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding the minutes?
Ladies and gentlemen, to make public comment, please press 1-0. Madam Chair, we have no callers queuing up.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Mr. Schaefer, you mentioned that you wanted to introduce Mr. Claude Parrish. Did you want to do that?
Well,
Or was it, I'm
yeah.
sorry, was it you, Mr. Gaines? One of you guys.
Yeah, I did mention it.
Please.
Yes.
Now's the time.
Yeah, thank you so much. I just wanted to take this opportunity to introduce Claude Parrish and the assessor from Orange County, and really thank him for the job he's done as a county assessor, but also a member of the Board of Equalization. And what impresses me about him is that he's always got to focus on his constituents and making sure that his constituents are heard, and not just the big players within his county, but any constituent, regardless of their economic status within the community. And it's just something I've always admired about him and try to do myself. So we're honored to have you here, Assessor Parrish, and look forward to your presentation. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
All
We have
right.
a public comment items. On this item, L3, we have 3 people who've signed up, Neil Shaw, Jay Curtis, and Claude Parrish. If you could please come forward. Public comments are limited to 3 minutes each unless otherwise.
Thank you.
Okay.
Gentlemen, please just make yourself comfortable up here. I don't know if you have, Mr. Shaw, you'll have 3 minutes. Mr. Curtis, you'll have 3 minutes. And Mr. Parrish, you will have 3 minutes-ish.
Ish.
Who's going to begin?
I think I'll start first.
Mr. Shaw.
Good afternoon, Chair Cohen and honorable members of the board. I'm Neil Shaw. I'm manager of Orange County Assessor's Office, manager of management services and road support. I'm here with Orange County Assessor Claude Parrish and Jay Curtis of our office. We're here to make comments in response to the public policy hearing on possessory interest that was held by this board on November 17, 2022, last month's board hearing. The Joint Exercise of Powers Act allows 2 or more cities or counties to form a joint powers authority, JPA, for a variety of purposes, including issuing bonds to pay for public projects. Recently, JPAs have begun to partner with private entities to purchase existing multifamily housing. 49 apartment projects have been acquired in 8 counties with a total price of $6.3 billion. The California Constitution and Revenue and Taxation Code allows a welfare exemption from property taxes if a property is used exclusively for rental housing occupied by low-income households. The exemption requires the units in a affordable housing development to be offered at 80% of area median income, AMI, or less. The California Constitution also authorizes an exemption from property taxes for government-owned property. Unrestricted multifamily housing owned by JPAs are exempt from paying property tax because the property is owned by a public entity. The exemption applies not just to units that are at 80% of AMI or below, but to all units, those that are up to 120% of AMI and those offered at market rate rent. Revenue and Taxation Code Section 107, Subdivision A, defines possessory interest as a possession of, claim to, or right to possession of land or improvements that is independent, durable, and exclusive of rights held by others in the property, except when coupled with ownership of land or improvements in the same person. Property Tax Rule 20, Subdivision B, provides that taxable possessory interests are possessory interest in public-owned real property. Pursuant to Assessor Handbook 510, which party should be assessed is largely in the assessor's discretion. Section 405 provides that the assessor shall assess all taxable property in the county, except state-assessed property, to the person owning, claiming, possessing, or controlling it on the lien date. The section does not limit the assessor to either the holder of the taxable possessory interest or the holder of the sub-leasehold interest. Instead, the statute authorizes an assessment to either party or both. At this time, I will ask my colleague Jay Curtis to speak about the taxable possessory interest assessment specific to our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and gentlemen. Orange County, we have approximately 10 projects. Before I go into each project and establish for you why the administrator has possessory interest, I'm going to ask you to listen to a quote. Shaunton Rawson was here at the last meeting. He's a partner and founder of Waterford. This quote is from his co-founder, Mr. John Drachman. He was recently interviewed by a Southern California reporter about Waterford's 5 Orange County projects. Here is his statement. Waterford acts as the project administrator. We run the full acquisition process, get approvals from the city, and then oversee the asset management of the properties and the program after closing. So in reality, they have a possessory interest in these projects. They control the property from birth to death. Waterford and the other developers, and we have 10, have effectively put these cities, who they got the resolution from, into the apartment rental business. The properties acquired were fairly new, fully occupied, and very successful. The developers here, who become the administrator, did everything from start to finish to create the projects. They including the operation and control of them after they were transferred to the city's joint powers authorities. These 10 projects were done almost totally according to the same model of documents, like cookie cutter documents. I have reviewed the documents for all 10 projects personally, approximately 15,000 pages. And I can quote from any one of them, section 101 or 3.03, it's the same in all the documents. So these are nearly identical developments. The developers become the administrator or operators of the projects under an administration agreement. These agreements are automatically renewable year to year, and as a practical matter, They provide that the developer would stay on the project, control it, and run the project until the bonds are paid off. The bonds have roughly 30 years in most cases. I'm going to show you the developer administrator has every conceivable task and right involved in controlling and running the projects. But first, legally, I want to address what it takes to have a possessory interest. The developer administrator must have these 4 qualities in order to be considered a possessor of a possessory interest. They have to have independence, durability, exclusivity, and a private benefit. In essence, these boil down to control. The creation of the projects clearly demonstrate that the developer administrator has exclusive control over the project. Mr. Drachman has said that to us. Section 104 of the administrative agreement provides, and I quote, "Owner hereby appoints administrator, and administrator hereby accept appointment as the sole and exclusive project administrator for the project." All 10 agreements say that. As for independence, the board documents require that the operator and controller of the project be in the hands of the developer administrator. The bonds require the developer administrator to run the project. They want someone who will run a good business to get their bond money. The rights, responsibilities, and duties of the developer administrator place control over every management aspect of the project. They have it in their hands. R&T Code Section 107 describes what constitutes sufficient independence, durability, and exclusivity. The statutory factors include the ability to exert control over the management or operation of the property that's more than an agency. Section 104 of the administrative agreement describes the developer's control of the project as sole and exclusive. And as for durability, again, the documents require them to hang around for roughly 30 years. So their control is very durable. As for private benefit, well, my boss and the assessor of Orange County is going to speak to you about the private benefit. But they have a considerable financial interest in the projects. First, they receive a multi-million-dollar upfront fee for creating the project at closing. The developer has a private benefit and a proprietary interest tied to the successful future of the project. They receive special bonds in the amount of $8 million in 2 projects and $5 million in 8 projects. These bonds are subordinated bonds to the original purchase bonds. So if the developer administrator does a successful job financially, so the project retires the bonds, they will get their money, $8 million. Did I mention that they are 10% interest on those bonds accumulatively? If they do not do a good job and they can't service the bonds, they will not get paid the $8 million and $5 million. So they really have a solid financial interest in these projects. They stand to receive approximately, these 10 projects, $56 million plus 10% interest. This is more than sufficient to meet the private benefit requirement in the R&T Code, Section 107. It's important to understand the full extent of the control of the developer administrator. So in the agreements, I'm going to read some of the things. The project administrator will be responsible for operation of the facilities. More specifically,
Time has expired.
Time is expired.
Unless you want him to continue.
Maybe you can finish up your
continue?
sentence. Please just finish your sentence, but we do need you to.
Okay, well, the last thing is I have 15 very specific things they do that give them control. So essentially,
Perhaps you can submit it and we can read
Huh?
it. You could submit it in writing, the 15
yeah,
lists.
we'll do that. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're going to go to Mr. Parrish.
Well, I'd like to say one last thing. I just remember Mr. Drachman's words.
Okay.
When you decide if they have a possessory interest or not, as we have decided they do. We run the full acquisition process and oversee the properties and programs after closing. I would talk to the assessment methodology if you want to at some point.
Thank you.
Honorable members and Chair Cohen, thank you for the opportunity. I'm going to give up some of my time just to say something of how I am impressed of you. I used to sit on that board, and I remember what we had to do when we had the state assessees. And usually, there was three of us didn't do anything, and two of the members were involved in the whole thing, and we dare not interrupt them. And they were self-appointed experts, and so one was Mr. Johann Clays, and the other was Mr. Dean Andel, and they would go at it. However, it's not that way now. I see every one of you actively involved in every aspect, so I cannot tell you how impressed I am that each and every one of you is involved in what you do and take a position. So thank you for that, and now I'll start with my presentation.
Thank you. Okay.
I'm here today with my staff, and they know that, and this is regarding the 10 joint powers authorities acquired of existing apartment communities in Orange County, and to correct some misinformation you might have heard at your meeting of November 17th. First, you heard that the real estate developer receives no equity in these projects, period. However, they do get in each of the Waterford projects only in Orange County the right to be the real estate broker on the ultimate sale of each property, of the 5 properties that is, each property, and to receive a commission in addition to the other large fees and also millions in equity bonds. Here for your information are the project numbers. Mr. Rawson's company, Waterford Properties, has 5 of these projects. Waterford's first is Garrison Apartments in the city of Orange, approximately 98.35% occupied, period. At closing, Waterford receives a $3 million fee and becomes the project administrator, period. Waterford was given $8 million in bonds bearing 10% interest, period. Waterford also received $225,000 per year as an administrative fee. The next one is Waterford's second is in the apartment, City of Orange, approximately, and it's called the Cameo Apartments. Approximately 98.9% occupied at closing. Waterford received another $3 million fee and became the project administrator. Waterford was also given $8 million in bonds bearing 10% interest, period. Waterford also received $200,000 per year as an administrative fee. Next, Waterford's third, 1818 Platinum Triangle in Anaheim, approximately 97.17% occupied, period. At closing, Waterford received a $2 million fee and became the project administrator, period. Waterford was also given $5 million in bonds bearing 10% interest, period. Waterford also receives $200,000 per year as administrative fee. Waterford's fourth is Parallel Apartments in Anaheim, approximately 92.79% occupied. At closing, Waterford received $2 million fee and became the project administrator, period. Waterford was also given $5 million in bonds bearing 10% interest, period. Waterford also receives $200,000 per year as an administrative fee. Next project, fifth, is Jefferson Platinum Triangle Apartments in Anaheim, approximately 97.36% occupied, period. At closing, Waterford received $2 million in fees and became the project administrator. Waterford was also given $5 million in bonds bearing 10% interest, period. Waterford also receives $200,000 per year as an administrative fee. So, in just half of the projects in Orange County, Waterford received $12 million at closing, over $1 million per year in administration fee, and $31 million in bonds bearing 10% interest, period. Also, Waterford has a clause which makes them the real estate broker upon ultimate sale of the properties, period. The value of Waterford's projects in 15 or 20 years, assuming they only double in value, at least $1 billion, probably more than that. If all projects are sold, the real estate commission for Waterford at 6% would be at minimum $72 million. Next, Catalyst Housing. Now, Catalyst is a different developer. Catalyst Housing, in their 2 other projects in Huntington Beach, apartments are approximately 93.4% occupied. Catalyst Housing received $2 million at closing for this project, $5 million in bonds bearing 10% interest for each project, and an administrative fee of $250,000 per year for each year. Catalyst Housing also has Breakwater Apartments approximately 97.5% occupied. Catalyst Housing receives $2 million at closing for the project, $5 million in bonds bearing 10% interest for each project, and an administration fee of $250,000 a year for each year. Next is Manat Housing, and there are two projects, both in Anaheim, Center City. Apartments approximately 98.24% occupied. Manat Housing received at closing $2 million for the project, $5 million in bonds bearing 10% interest for each project, and they too become the administrator, receiving an annual fee of $125,000 each. Manat Housing's second project is the mix, approximately 68.49% occupied. Finally, something that had some vacancy. Manat Housing received at closing $175,000 for this project, $5 million in bonds bearing 10% interest for each year, and they become the administrator, receiving an annual fee of $125,000. Last is Building Housing. They have one project in the city of Orange, Allure Apartments, approximately 98.35% occupied. They received $2 million at closing, $5 million in bonds bearing 10% interest, and an annual fee as administrator of $250,000. In summary, in Orange County, we have 4 real estate developers who initiate 10 projects and receive a total of $21,750,000 in fees, at closing $56 million in 10% bonds, and an annual administration fee of $2.2 million, which increased 3% per year and will not likely run for 30 years because they can sell them out anytime they want. In closing, I'll give you a copy of this. They got all sorts of scribbling on here, but the amount of the administration is fees at closing $56 million, $2,023,000, which increases 3% per year, and finally $6,750,000 in administration fees, approximately a total of $138 million. You know, I'm all for low-income housing, and we need to build more income housing, not shuffle the deck back and forth, having winners and losers. We need brand new housing. These are people that pay some of them $3,000 a month, and it's a shame that this kind of effort isn't spent to doesn't create one new unit. Thank you for your attention, members of the board. Thank you.
All right, thank you,
Very
gentlemen,
good.
I appreciate that.
Very good.
Just want to encourage you to continue to work with the member that represents you on this body.
Yes.
For the issue, or for the item that brings you out, your concern about possessory
Thank you
interests.
so much.
Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you for reading your concerns onto the record. Mr. Keddy?
We had a motion, and we did public comment, and so now I'll call roll. And the motion was to adopt the Property Tax Abatement Board Work Group minutes by Ms. Cohen, and second by Mr. Vasquez. Chair Cohen?
Aye.
Vice Chair Schaefer?
Aye.
Member Gaines?
Aye.
Member Vasquez?
Aye.
Deputy Controller Epelite?
Aye.
That's fantastic. Thank you very much. This motion passes.
If I could just
Yes, please.
make a comment real quick. I wanted to thank Claude Parrish, Assessor Claude Parrish, and the team for bringing that forward and just shedding light on it. I didn't know all the detail on JPAs as it relates to housing, but thank you for bringing that forward.
I will be sending you a copy. There's so many scribbles here. You'll get a clean copy of exactly what I said.
Thank you.
All of you, thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Where are we on the agenda now? I think we need to go back to, is it L1?
L1?
And is that the only thing we have on the agenda left?
We have a couple of other items
A
left.
couple other items?
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Let's go to L1.
Okay. L, Board Member Requested Matters. L, New Matters, L1A. Term and Review, 2019 to 2022 Highlights, an overview of the board's accomplishments over the past 4 years, presented by Ms. Cohen.
All right, thank you. Let me pivot. Mr. Vasquez, do you have anything that you'd like to share?
You know, I kind of read it into the,
Any other
in
item?
the L2, yeah.
Could you just
Sure, let me go back. if you
Yeah,
want.
redo it.
First of all, I started off by just thanking you, Chair, for the excellent review of what we've been doing here. And once again, I'm really humbled by these last 4 years that all of us, were able to step up and really engage as we were all new to this, and by running especially the hearings, the workshops, specifically on the affordable housing piece, the governance piece, and working with our partners. We had several hearings, especially during COVID, where we had sometimes, up to 1,000 people on the line, which I think was great in terms of input. And at the end of the day, making sure that they were all heard, and hopefully we incorporated a lot of their suggestions as we move forward. But at the end of the day, I'm really grateful for the privilege of having served these last 4 years with my colleagues here, and looking forward to the next 4, and with our new member-elect coming in, Sally Lieber, and now with our current chair sitting up here as our controller in the new year. And with her ideas and input, I am excited to continue our progress on our major initiatives. Like I mentioned, I just kind of went over the 3. I did send this out to folks, so hopefully you have it also in writing. But looking forward to this next year, and open to any comments or suggestions as we move forward. And I know in talking to staff, especially our new executive director, looking forward, once we have our new board members sitting in, that we possibly entertain a follow-up, kind of like a phase 2 to our retreat that we started 4 years ago. And to see, because many of them, when we lay that out, we kind of put them in categories, short-term, long-term goals, and we should start checking them off, because I know we've been able to accomplish several of the short ones, but I know some of them were mid and long range, and to just kind of get a status check on those and see where we're at, and to add anything new, especially with the new member joining us. I'm sure she may have some ideas and thoughts in terms of what she would like to see in terms of potential goals of this board moving forward. And with that, I'll pass it back on to Chair.
All right, well, thank you very much. What I'd like to do is just acknowledge and go over some of the key highlights for the last 4 years, just as a recap. And I want to start by just congratulating each and every one of you and your respective team members for your partnership and collaboration. Congratulations to you in getting reelected. And we have collectively provided a strong and transparent leadership for the Board of Equalization during a very critical moment in the agency's history. And these comments not only reflect us as board members, but also staff. And I want to spend a few minutes highlighting what we've accomplished over the last 4 years. So in 2019, we selected our first executive director, Ms. Brenda Fleming. She was acting when we were all sworn in office. We established a board governance policy to ensure that we fulfill our constitutionally mandated duties with the highest level of transparency that is consistent with governing state laws and statutes. And you may recall Controller Yee led that process. We also launched a California property tax modernization initiative that included convening 2 of 4 informational hearings in San Diego and San Jose. They were titled Modernizing California's Property Tax System, Opportunities, Challenges, and Emerging Issues. And my staff and I were really excited to put that piece together and bring to the public to begin to get their feedback on what they'd like to see when it comes to the property tax system. We also dealt with critical issues that we examined. We examined workforce planning, placing an emphasis on recruitment, retention, training, and compensation. This is an area that has been particularly of interest to Senator Gaines. We have put together best practices of assessment appeals board. We have been involved in the valuing of business equipment and fixtures with an emphasis on complex assessment challenges. Personally, I learned a lot during that discussion session. I had no idea that vats that hold fermenting wine had such a complex assessment value. Some of the emerging issues that we heard were no doubt the split roll. And I'd imagine we will continue to hear split roll discussions come around. And we also had conversations around opportunity zones. How do we begin to leverage them to create opportunities in communities that have not always benefited from opportunity? We've discussed leveraging technology and ensuring that the state-of-the-art technology is available for property tax administration, which then led to a $30 million grant that we were successful in helping assessors get earlier this year from the governor's office. And then also we examined current tax code exemptions. So this process also involved a very thoughtful and thorough review of all the laws, regulations, processes, and a survey of county assessors on the strengths and areas of growth for tax administration. We also, interestingly enough, established a board member work group on property tax workforce planning that was specifically charged with addressing recruitment, training, and continuing education, as well as compensation for our future and current workforce. We launched and completed the board's strategic planning process that was spurred by Mr. Vasquez. In 2020, we were just as active despite COVID. We convened the third of 4 informational hearings in Sacramento, again, focusing on modernizing the property tax system. We partnered with the executive director and the 58 county assessors to ensure that our respective team members were all safe and healthy and had the necessary resources to carry out their respective responsibilities remotely. Remember, that's when we transitioned to working from home. We collectively worked to establish, in partnership with the executive director, the board's ability to convene virtual board meetings due to an unprecedented health emergency. So largely credit Brenda Fleming for skillfully navigating us through those choppy waters. And also in 2020, we established a board work group on county boards of equalization assessment appeals boards, specifically examining remote hearings. And you may recall, we set out with the goal of preserving due process rights of all parties during the COVID-19 pandemic and ensuring that there was a continuity of government. And that brings me to 2021. The highlights here are just as impressive. We partnered with the California Assessors Association and the legislature to draft Prop 19 implementation legislation, which resulted in Senate Bill 539 that was carried by Senator Hertzberg, and it's going to be, and was enacted on September 30th of 2021. And this measure made several clarifying changes to the Home Protection for Seniors, Severely Disabled Families, and Victims of Wildlife or Natural Disaster Act, also known as Prop 19. So, also want to acknowledge that Senate Bill 539 quite honestly provided clarity. It provided guidance for county assessors, for the BOE, and property owners on several parts of this new constitutional language that this act passed that was not written into the original language. So we also explored statutory and constitutional relief for property taxes, taxpayers impacted by COVID-19 and future emergencies, or also we also considered the impact of natural disasters. And what we actually ended up doing was petitioning governor's office to extend the constitutionally mandated deadlines for taxpayers to complete actions required to preserve property tax benefits. And I think that was probably one of the most things that I remember the most about last year, and one of our most proud, my most proud accomplishment was just protecting taxpayers' interests. And we made recommendations to the legislature to do other to make other priorities. I hope to revisit them in 2023, but I'd like to reestablish a partnership with the Executive Director and the BOE Advisory Council and establish a board work group on property tax abatements. This is, I think, a continuing and ongoing work. In 2022, this year, we selected a new executive director, Ms. Stowers, to lead the organization. We reconvened the board work group on county boards of equalization and assessment appeals board remote hearings. And again, this was to highlight the lessons that we learned and then to explore further whether opportunity for consensus building existed on outstanding issues with the goal of preserving due process rights of all parties during the COVID-19 pandemic, and more importantly, beyond. We successfully secured a partnership with the Assessors Association, as I mentioned a little bit earlier, a $30 million funding for over 3 years, a total of $10 million over 3 years, beginning in fiscal year 2022 and ending in 2023. And again, this is for county assessors so that they may upgrade their information technology needs. We also convened 3 successful meetings under the board work group, property tax abatement. And this is where we explored the use of abatements in California to incentivize the development of attainable housing for healthcare workers, for first responders, manufacturer workers, for educators. We also launched the Translate button on the BOE website to increase access to BOE resources in 9 different languages. And I know that was like a Herculean effort, and I'm really grateful that we have this progress and that we're moving forward. We have adopted the placement of assessment practice surveys on the board meeting agenda. Small, simple accomplishment, but nonetheless it deserves attention. And this really is to highlight best practices and to identify any regional and universal issues that may require guidance or future education or training. So colleagues, that is a lot, but in closing, we have accomplished a lot in 4 years. And I want to remind each of you that we started this process and we were in charge of administering guidance to a $65 billion property tax system. And now today we heard the executive director speak of our current system being $100 billion. Is that what I heard correctly? Thank you, $100 billion property tax system. So our local government, special districts, and schools are they're definitely counting on us to make sure that we are good at our job. So I want to continue to challenge us to stay focused on 3 priorities that we set out to accomplish in 2019. I want to make sure that we continually strive to restore the stellar national reputation of the Board of Equalization. This is the reputation that the BOE had for many years. And every day I strive, and I hope you'll join me in this in trying to bring it back to that point. And in doing so, in this effort, we are rebuilding the agency's administrative and programmatic infrastructure to make sure that we have the resources that we need to protect California taxpayers while simultaneously ensuring that the agency and all 58 county assessors have the necessary resources to fulfill their respective constitutional duties. And also, third and final, modernizing this property tax system to ensure that the complex that was $85 billion, which is now $100 billion system, it's administered fair and that it's effective and, most importantly, efficient. So thank you for an amazing 4 years. And to the executive director and the entire BOE team, we are grateful for your partnership. It has made a difference in all of our accomplishments. And again, a personal thank you to my staff that have been with me on this ride for the last 4 years. Thank you. I'll open it up to see if there's any comments or questions. Mr. Gaines.
Yeah, it has been an honor to serve. I appreciate the comments of Member Vasquez and Chair Cohen. in terms of your leadership over the course of the last 4 years, and just excited about further implementation in the future, and just do a great job as controller and keep an eye on that money, make sure that we're spending the money carefully at the state level. So, thank you.
Well, you guys have worked with me closely the last 4 years. I think you got a sense of leadership style and how close we do pay attention to the details. And our commitment to transparency and sounding the alarm and addressing a problem head on and not dancing around it, but making sure that we are able to address the shortcomings as they come before us.
Great, thank you.
Mr. Schaefer.
I'm impressed with all the talent you brought to the job, having been member of the Board of Supervisors in San Francisco City and County, having been president of the Police Commission for San Francisco. You bring a world of perspectives to us that made you a much better member than we would expect, and I'm very pleased.
Thank you. I'm glad I increased your expectations. Anything on this side? No? Thank you, gentlemen. Oh, Mr. Vasquez.
Just in wrapping up, once again, thank you, and to all my colleagues, I think, like you mentioned in your remarks, when you look at the list, it's pretty daunting. We started this thing, all of us not knowing anything really about the new role BOE was all going to be about. And like you said, we took it head on.
Yep. We did it. All right, let's go ahead and take public comment.
AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you'd like to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. And there's currently no one in the queue at this time, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you very much. Okay.
We're up to the M items. M, public policy hearing. M1, Proposition 19, implementation. There are no planned staff report or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. I could go out to the AT&T moderator. We have no one in the audience. AT&T moderator, please let us know if there's anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item.
Of course, ladies and gentlemen, once again, if you wish to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. Madam Chair, there are no callers in the queue.
Thank you.
We'll close this public policy hearing and move on to the next item. M, public policy hearing. M2, impact of public calamities on property tax administration, county boards of equalization, assessment appeal boards, AAB, remote hearings. There are no planned staff reports or external speakers for this agenda item for this month's meeting. However, persons who wish to address the board on this topic as a public comment may do so. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who'd like to make a public comment regarding this item?
And there's still currently no one in the queue, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Hearing no comments from anyone, we will close this public policy hearing. The next item on the agenda is N, public comment on matters not on the agenda. Persons who wish to address the Board of Equalization regarding items not on the agenda may do so under this item. Please note that the board cannot take action on any items not on the agenda. However, the board can schedule issues raised by the public for consideration at future meetings. We have no one in the auditorium who wants to make a public comment. We have not received anything in writing on this item, but I will go to the AT&T moderator. AT&T moderator, is there anyone on the line who would like to make a public comment regarding this item?
As a reminder, if you wish to make a public comment, please press 1, then 0. And there's currently no one in the queue, Madam Chair.
Alrighty, the next item on the agenda is O, closed session. The board will recess and go into closed session to discuss litigation matters. Under Government Code Section 11126E, there are 13 items for discussion. 1, pending litigation, La Paloma Generating Company, LLC versus the California State Board of Equalization et al., Los Angeles County Superior Court. Number 2, pending litigation, AT&T Mobility, LLC et al. Versus the County of Riverside et al., Riverside County Superior Court. Number 3, pending litigation, Sprint Technology, PCS, LP versus the County of Riverside et al., Riverside County Superior Court. Number 4, pending litigation, T-Mobile West LLC versus County of Riverside et al., Riverside County Superior Court. Number 5, pending litigation, AT&T Mobility LLC et al. Versus the County of San Diego et al., San Diego County Superior Court. Number 6, pending litigation, Sprint Technology, PCSLP et al. Versus the County of Santa Clara et al., Santa Clara County Superior Court. Number 7, pending litigation, T-Mobile West LLC versus the County of Santa Clara et al., Santa Clara County Superior Court. Number 8, pending litigation, AT&T Mobility LLC et al. Versus the County of Santa Clara et al., Santa Clara County Superior Court. Number 9, pending litigation, Southern California Edison Company versus California State Board of Equalization et al., Orange County Superior Court, 2020 and 2021. Number 10, pending litigation, Suneezy LLC et al. Versus the County of Riverside et al., Riverside County Superior Court. Number 11, pending litigation, Frontier California, Inc. versus the County of San Joaquin et al., San Joaquin County Superior Court. Number 12, pending litigation, Michael D. Myers versus the State Board of Equalization et al., Court of Appeals, Second Appellate District. And 13, pending litigation, David W. Swanson versus the Franchise Tax Board et al., Court of Appeal, Fourth Appellate District.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cicchetti, for reading the items that we're going to be taking up in closed session. We are now going to recess and begin our closed session. Thank you. reconvene this meeting.
The board members met in closed session and discussed litigation matters.
Do we need to make a motion not to disclose what was discussed in closed session? Thank you. All right, Mr. Keddy, please call the next item.
Our last item for the day is closing remarks.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, any closing remarks? Mr. Eppolite, we'll start on the, what is this, to my right, and we'll work our way down. That making you, Mr. Gaines, on the left.
For a change.
No.
No.
You're last, because you're on.
Last.
I'm making you left, Mr. Gaines. Yes. All right, Eppolite, you're
Converted
up.
him.
All right. Is that stage left or stage right?
As this is my last meeting with all of you, I would like to thank Controller Yi for the privilege as serving as her deputy, and I would like to thank all of the members. It has been a privilege to serve with you. Thank you for your kindness.
Sorry.
I would also like to thank BOE staff for their guidance this last several months. And I now return to the Franchise Tax Board Legal. And I would like to give everyone my best wishes to all of you. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Eppolite. It's been a pleasure to serve with you. Mr. Vasquez, any final remarks?
Thank you, and sorry to see you that you have to go back to your regular job at FTV, but really enjoyed your input, especially your legal background on some of these issues. But in closing, just wanted to thank everybody here, not only my colleagues, but staff, to have hopefully a safe and wonderful holiday with your families. You know, it's been a while, I know, for many of us to really enjoy it, you know, given this pandemic, but hopefully, I mean, we're hearing that this flu's now going around, but hopefully we can still get together, and looking forward to the new year. And congratulations to our member, controller.
Thank you.
This will be your last official meeting, right?
Yes, as this member, which I'll...
On this role, right?
In this role.
Yeah. Thanks again.
All right, thank you. So with that, I just want to say that today really does mark an important milestone. This is the last meeting of the members on the board who were elected in 2018. And I think that this board in particular, will go down in history, whether they recognize us or not, but as a new board coming in and really building building up an organization that was taken down. So for me, today represents both an end as well as a beginning, if you will. I end my service as a representative for District 2 on January 1, and then on January 2, 2023, I will begin my duties as State Controller. And so today it's a brief farewell, but not a goodbye. It's been an honor to serve as a member of the State Board of Equalization. I have enjoyed advocating on behalf of this agency, sometimes sparring with members of the legislature on the legitimacy of the Board of Equalization, but I will never waver from my commitment on how important the Board of Equalization is for taxpayers. And my service on this board has been assisted and often guided by the work of you guys, my colleagues, and Vice Chair Schaefer, Senator Gaines, Member Vasquez, and then Controller Yi and Deputy Controller Eppolite. You guys, your work and dedication to this body, and more importantly to the great people of California, has ensured that our reputation as an agency of service continues and remains to be unbroken. And I want to acknowledge our 58 county assessors. I consider them partners in the property tax administration. I've always valued them and indeed treasure their expertise and their dedication and commitment to the work that they are doing. California is proud of your service, and I deeply appreciate all the contributions each of you make in your own way to this system. And these last 4 years have been a time of great challenge, and you heard earlier, we've have quite a number of accomplishments. I'm happy to furnish that list of accomplishments if anyone wants to challenge you about what does the Board of Equalization do and how do we do it. I hope that you will be armed and ready to state out the facts. And in the midst of the greatest global pandemic in a century and many social and economic challenges, we continued uninterrupted to provide the kind of fair, effective, and efficient property tax administration that our state's almost 40 million residents depend upon. So in real terms, what does this mean? It means that our schools and our local governments continue to receive the money that they need to serve every corner of our glorious state. All of this work wouldn't be done without the continuing hard work of the excellent Board of Equalization staff. Director Stowers, you've stepped up and gone the extra mile. I also want to recognize the staff. Most times we never even see your work. And those that don't come to the chamber and don't interact with us on a regular basis, I want to highlight their work. So you are heads of teams. Please pass on my gratitude to the teams that you represent, because we value the work product, and it is truly a collective team effort. And for those that are on the board that wade through volumes of documents each meeting, the legal memorandums and regulatory matters, administrative matters, state assessee evaluation settings, and just so much more. We value your work, particularly those persons that are on our individual teams that are charged with the duty to go through these very important constitutional functions. So we recognize the unique expertise that exists in this body and in this organization. This agency wouldn't succeed without it. And I just wanted to take a moment to say thank you. And thank you. Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Chair Cohen. I support your sparring, as you have, with the legislature, and we should spar with people in or outside the agency whenever we can get their attention to strengthen the way we serve the public. I'd like to thank Lisa Thompson's the only department head who's lasted to the end of the meeting today. Thank you. And I'd like to...
You got Lisa Renati.
Yes, well, she's sort of a chief, you know. And I want to thank the holiday season, wish the best of the holiday season to all the people I can see that are with us and all the people I can't see that are with us. And in closing, you know, I like to add a little bit of the outside world by way of a commemoration, and today is the 97th birthday of one of the most honorable members of entertainment industry out of California, Dick Van Dyke, who you all know from Mary Poppins and from Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. And I've met Mr. Van Dyke. He wears a Santa Claus beard naturally right now, if you would see him at 97, and we're so lucky he's still with us. Thank you.
Yeah, I just wanted to thank everybody. It's been a pleasure to serve with you on the board, and I think we've been able to thread the eye of the needle in terms of a functioning board. And you know, there's been a history to the BOE historically, some of it good and some of it not so good. So I'm encouraged that the board has worked so well together, even with differing views. And so I just look forward to next year, and I wish best to Chair Cohen in her new capacity. But as she mentioned, we'll still be working with her hand in hand in the future. And I would just hope you all have a good end of the year celebration. I'll be celebrating that as Christmas, but whether it's Christmas or Hanukkah or Kwanzaa or however you celebrate, this beautiful time of year. I just wish you the best. Hope it's an opportunity for you to get together with family and friends and realize how precious those relationships are. So, thank you.
Thank you. All right, ladies and...
Madam Chair, before I forget.
Okay.
You have a birthday coming up on the 16th.
Yeah, almost forgot.
Here's
Yes,
the third. I know sometimes we don't want to, we forget our New Year's, but yeah.
Thank you. Thank you for
Happy
that
early
acknowledgement.
birthday.
What? Okay, goodbye. Come on, Ms. Towers.
I know I've been up here 4 times already. But I also want to say, first of all, happy holidays. Second, I want to really acknowledge all 5 of you. I talked about crawl, walk, run when it comes to technology, but you guys are ready to run the marathon. You guys have done an excellent job in right-sizing the organization because we had a lot of issues, and you guys have turned it around, and even Assessor Parrish noticed it. He said to me, this is a different board. This is not what, even when he was on the board, it's not the board. It's not what the gentleman, one of the gentlemen was representing the client said. This is not your grandfather BOE anymore. It's different. So congratulations to you guys for doing an excellent job.
Thank you. Thank
Happy
you very
holidays,
much.
everyone.
Thank you. And with that, we are adjourned.
Thank you.